We have begun the verses again. We have begun the verses again. Let's begin the verses again. Let's verse again. Like we did last verses. Let's verse again. Like the goat and fish. Do you remember when we versed last WillyTown? Oh, goat and fish. Versing time is here. Yes, Twitch had some fence, so we just restarted the whole verses. And it's goat versus fish. It is still goat versus fish. Let's verse again. Versing time is here. Ooh, let's verse again. Versing time is here. Let's verse again. Versing time is here. Puffronaut, thank you for being here with Goat versus Fish. The promotion continues. The promotion continues. Glass Moon Man remains. The Moon Man remains. Goat versus Fish. Jack's chillin'. Yes. 9 viewers remain. Nine viewers remain. Celebration. 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 Goat versus Fish. Celebration. It's true. You can contribute to Goat versus Fish. It's true. High All's Infinite Skyline Celebration. Are you able to spout random words? Goat versus Fish. Blue Lorne, say you. You know, classical verses like Blue Danube. We cannot go and searching for a codification. So pitiably, it's just whatever Goat versus Fish is here to play the verses for you. for GoatVsFish to play the verses for you. And we are trying to see if we can like show you some verses behind the verses behind. We can show you the verses behind. Even as we show you GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish versus GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish versus GoatVsFish. Infinite Skyline. Until some guy came out with sporting Funky's hat and playing the guitar. We are here for you. GoatVsFish is here for you. So now let's have a look at the verse. Now let's have a look at the verse.
This is 2252.
Infinite Skyline with the bleached blonde celebration. Red Stallions, his verses. Tracks in your ear, a hype sound that no one seems to hear. And if you want to verses at WillyTown Fest, we'll ask you if you're goat or if you're fish. Just don't sit on the fence. Welcome, Thunder Tracks, with the verses. Still hoping for a camping versus a fish with bonfire. We think that GoatVsFish, if there's a fire, we can have a versus by the fire. WillyTown is in my head, and the glass moon man pushing crates as fast as it can. Got to keep the verses on the path. You ask Shrimpy Mo how long the verse will go. It will tell you to invest in red coin. And if you're in verse America or anywhere beyond. And it's the verses of goat versus fish for which you secretly long. Well, goat versus fish can give you the very most versely advice around. Head on down to WillyTown. If this were still the SMB NMF days, this would be fire. SMB NMF. Ah, you are speaking of. Stupid. Goat versus fish. Stupid morning verses is the best verse on the internet. Stupid morning verses. It's a place for you to choose goat or fish. Stupid morning verses is on just now. Stupid morning verses is the best verse on the internet. Stupid morning verses. It's Sally Mae walking a goat. Stupid morning verses is on just now. It's a place where you can choose your fish. Infinite Skyline 86. I win the lotto. I'd like to make goat versus fish to Burning Man and Australian Outback. Okay, Infinite Skyline 86. If you win the lottery, we will take you up on that versus. And let's see what's behind goat versus fish. Thunder Tracks celebration. Thunder Tracks, how is your versus? As we can see here, we've got Ralph Mouth the fish sitting about. Illumination, playing with illumination. Playing with illumination. Ralph Mouth is playing with the illumination. Electrolab subscribed at tier 1 for 8 months. Electrolab for 8 months. Electrolab for 8 months. Electrolab for 8 months. Some verses like this. Are you a goat or are you a goat or are you a fish? Are you a goat or are you a fish? Gotta choose a goat or a fish. That's verse for me. Are you a goat? Are you a goat? Are you a goat? We think it might just be the verses. Are you a goat or are you a fish? Got a verse, a goat or a fish. That's a verse for me. Are you a goat or are you a fish? goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Are you a goat? Or are you a fish? It's goat versus goat versus goat versus goat versus goat versus fish. Are you a goat or are you a fish? Are you a goat or are you a fish? St. Louis Mo celebration. We're making Mr. Ohio's upbringing. Genesis Flood says we like these verses. Says we like these verses. It's a pretty evening. It's a pretty evening. Let's look out. Let's look out. Let's look out at Glass Moon Man. I am goat, exprobus vocabulus. Goat versus fish in the Australian outback would be awesome. Miles and miles off the fence civilization. The only Caesar says versus our celebration. Says versus our celebration. The lone wanderer, the lone wanderer. Ralph the fish playing with lights, playing with lights. How's it going? The only Caesar says, how's it going, goat versus fish? It's going pleasant. Exclamation WillyTown Fest, exclamation WillyTown Fest. Exclamation WillyTown Fest, please. Exclamation WillyTown Fest. Or just excuse goat versus fish. There's the verses. Drew John, in trying to make it simpler, we made it more fancy. Genesis Floods, WillyTown Fest, WillyTown. Head on down to WillyTown and follow Glowstick Willy. Genesis Floods, welcome back to the verses. Drew John, welcome to the verses. Drew John, please shout out yourself. Ooh, look at this. Goat versus fish. Let's show you some behind the verses of WillyTown.
Alright.
Check out Ralph Mouth the fish. Yeah. Check out Ralph Mouth the fish playing with lights. Playing with lights. Playing with lights. Let's check out playing with lights. Let's check out playing with lights. But the sunset behind goat versus fish does look sweet. Look at that. Look at that versus. Look at that versus. Ralph Mouth the fish can play with lights, but we can also just look at the sunset. We can also just look at the sunset.
Yeah, I know, I did. Nobody, Mark didn't message me today saying he grabbed the box off our food. The pastry staff delivered it. Mom said so hopefully nobody's
It was not even redeemed. It was not even redeemed. The only Caesar, a nice guitar. Concert benefit verses. It was not even redeemed, but we give you the verses still. Infinite skyline. Lot of ruins in the Australian outback. Please show us the way. Infinite skyline 86, please show us the way.
well, your phone call, I'm sure you won't wake me up.
Oh, fish center life. You're bringing me down. We sat and we watched as the verses left town. We could have done something. Did we even try? We sat and we watched as the verses went by. Now everyone knows just how much we needed that show. It wouldn't have gone so far away if they'd had on as a guest fish versus goat. sit down at my computer for the streams and that stupid morning bullshit coffee sound. Oh, Fish Center Live, we wish you were around. We wish that Time Warner hadn't fenced you around. Long before Goat vs. Fish even came to the Twitch. You could see live streams on Adult Swim, very much like this. We're talking about Fish Center Live, SMB, and Blood Feast, or even a sports hole if that's something that you wish. Oh, Fish Center Live, we wish you were around. Matt Harrigan and Joe and Maxi Relaxy. You could never tell if it was being serious with you or if it was just doing some joke craxing. But we would remember when we'd be waiting for that special call. Calls of Goat vs. Fish on Fish Center Live were the greatest calls of all. Hello, Prue Lawrence. Hey, Thundertracks. Hey, Infinite Skyline. Hey, Yaks Chillin'. As the verse is set on the Adult Swim streams, Goat vs. Fish can come to Twitch to live out all of our dreams, but still fence Bezos. The verses as well, Thundertracks, the verses as well. We're here at pre-WillyTown Fest, It's the calm before the verses. Exclamation point, WillyTown. Mightiest verses around, mightiest verses around. It's Goat vs. Fish and Fish Center Too bad there's not a fire spit. Well, guess what? If you follow Goat vs. Fish, which you do, and you keep watching Goat vs. Fish, and if you follow Glowstick Willy, exclamation point GSW, in chat, you are going to see conflagration. You're going to see mighty verses of conflagration. You're going to see Goat vs. Fish playing musications by the conflagration. You're going to see nephew Uncle Joseph screaming away during live actual marble streams. You're going to see Glow Stick Willy party, party, party all the time, party all the time, party all the time. And Glow Stick Willy parties all the time, parties all the time. They parties all the time. So follow Glow Stick Willy. Let's go see what's going silly with Glow Stick Willy. Say farewell to the musications. GoatVsFish is still live on Twitch. Ask Bev standing next to me. Bev! 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 Are you goat or fish, Bev? Are you goat or fish, Bev? We barely know you, but we still ask if you're goat or fish. Yax Chillin says lol. And patronage. Yes, please become a patron of GoatVsFish. Bits are oh so pleasant, but so is consistent versus. The consistency of GoatVsFish. Consistency of GoatVsFish. Yax Chillin lols. So is Bev goat or fish? Over here now. Be over here now. Oh, and please shout out Thunder Tracks. Shout out Thunder Tracks. Please. This shall be a mighty versus. Thunder Tracks. We'll see if we can play Thunder Tracks at WillyTown Fest. We'll see if we can play Thunder Tracks at WillyTown Fest. We'll see if we can play Thunder Tracks at WillyTown Fest. We'll see. We shall see. We can play Thunder Tracks at WillyTown Fest. Why not? Maybe there will be like some verses where they're waiting around to be like, what's happened? And then we'll be like, why don't you play a Thunder Tracks versus? Well, they are waiting about. They'll say, or maybe they'll say, okay. Because it's GoatVsFish, and GoatVsFish is the master of celebrations. Perhaps that will be the verses. We shall just have to see. Rise, GoatVsFish. Rise, GoatVsFish. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat fish.
Oh yeah, good point.
Phone stream. Do it totally GoatFish style. Phone stream versus. What do you fear? What do you fear?
Twitch is fancy on my phone.
Oh.
Twitch is twitchy on my phone.
Oh.
I've never gotten Twitch to work on my phone.
Wow, you should try being GoatVsFish. It'd be much easier for you.
I can't commit to an Apple
A mighty goat to put up with me for so many verses. So look, here's GoatVsFish.
Where's it going now?
And look at the illumination. Ah! Extra harsh illumination. Wow, so cool, goat versus fish, so cool. Jesus, I'm wet. Why does the verses look so pink's purple? Well, you'll just have to ask. You'll just have to ask this. You'll just have to ask this. Genesis floods with 1,000 bits. Genesis floods with 1,000 bits. Genesis floods with 1,000 bits. Wow. Look at this strip. The forever strip. It just keeps stripping. It strips forever. Genesis floods with 1,000 bits. Genesis floods with 1,000. Did we see what? 1,000 bits. 1,000 bits. 1,000 bits.
The only thing I do is like I just do those chords up there.
We can't believe our verses. 1,000 bits from Genesis floods.
Can't like do the rest of it.
Rust-Oleum. Industrial choice.
I haven't seen him.
I can play good. I can sing.
Are you goat or fish, Rust-Oleum? Are you goat or fish? It's Infinite Skyline 86 with 100 bits. Oh, my verses. 100 bits. We can't believe it. 100 bits. Wow, 100 bits.
That's what I used to do when I was first
Celebration.
playing guitar because
Infinite Skyline 86 with hype verses. Oh wow.
down the scale.
Oh wow.
Sounds really cool as a beginner. Like when I can fucking it does. Like it's some skills.
Wow.
Then you get to a point where it's like, all right, I'm doing the same thing over and over again, just up and down.
Tungus cheese. Shout out Genesis floods. Yes, that should work.
Crazy. You're like,
Maybe without the Daniel Decay's hot moves. Maybe then it would work.
you talk to somebody.
Amazing verses.
You don't just recite the ABC.
One more person needs to sub or gift or use bits, says Infinite Skyline 86. Well, Goat versus Fish wasn't going to say that another 100 bits for hype training. We will let you decide when to hype training yourself. It's up to you. 8 bits. 8 bits. 8 bits. Is Fenspot being fancy and not shouting out Genesis floods? Fenspot might be being fancy now. Go follow Genesis floods. Do it the old verses way. Just go to Genesis floods and go and follow them now. Who needs a shout out? We believe in you. Come on, Twitch streamers. You know how to do this verses. You know how to go and click on Genesis floods and go follow Genesis floods, even if shout outs is being fenced. Tungus G with 10 bits. 10 bits. Choncho the goat. Choncho the goat. Play us some musication, Choncho the goat. Make some noise for Choncho the goat. It's Choncho the goat. For the goats, for the goats.
Yeah, I gotta dig through my house to find that jaw heart.
The fish is like, oh wow, that goat is totally one-upping me with. I don't have musications of my
He
own.
was
The
actually
goat
teaching
is-
me some musications just now. He was showing me how to jam.
Okay, focus, goat versus fish, focus, goat versus fish. Wrench Stallion says followed. Celebration. Gooby Gooberson, celebration. Tungus G with 420. It's 420 bits. It's 420 bits. It's 420 bits. It's 420 bits.
Been raking in the bits today.
420 bits. 420 bits. What? 420 bits where? Ah, goat. Goat, have you seen my 420 bits? Goat, have you seen my 420 bits? Tongus! What about you, fish? Fish, have you seen my 420 bits? Have you? Have you seen my 420 bits? Goat versus fish, goat versus fish. We have had a level 5 hype training this versus. We completed a level 5 hype training. If you want more hype training with goat versus fish, we of course will not deny it. We will never deny it, but we are not here to tell you that it is your obligation. Any offering you make to goat versus fish, it's up to you, just like the choice of goat or fish. Just like the choice of goat or fish. 69 bits from Dungus G, 69, it's 42069. It's 42016. Oh wait, we think we're 69 bits. 69 bits. $420 hype. Oh, what you mean? You mean this old versus? You mean this old versus? It's just a humble versus. It's just a humble versus. It's just a humble versus. Just a humble versus. One millennials is like fans, power fans, power fans. Glass Moon Man.
Yes, goat versus fish.
How many millions of these do you have?
Ooh.
As you can
Not
see,
many.
all we're asking is about this little fence post.
I had maybe on me like 3.
3. We are just curious. We are simply curious, but we think it's time now. We think it's time now. Someone gave us 420 bits. Tongus G gave us 420 bits, and we're thinking, why not celebrate
Well,
now?
that's a great celebration.
It's a great celebration. Do you have the verses? Ooh, it's it's totally goat versus fish. Is that you, goat versus fish? I think it is. Zeppelin Man says, Zeppelin Man, we're not going to say that in chat. Gooby Goobler saying, please, please, we're not going to say that in chat. Jesus, I'm wet follows goat versus fish. You're probably a fish if you're that wet, but maybe you're just a goat that's eager to versus fish. Are you goat or fish? Wow, you're all getting very excited for this versus. We can see. Save point Tom, subscribe to Goat versus Fish. With fish. Fishscription. Fishscription.
Everything. You know what's in it?
Fishscription.
So I'm not too modal.
The fish shall reign supreme. Says Gooby Gooblerson. Fishscription. Fish jam. I am goat trying to eat some fish. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat trying to eat some fish. Celebration for goat trying to eat fish. Zeppelin Man, that's a totally false verses. The verses are for goat and fish. The verses are for goat and fish. Zeppelin Man.
If
Fish.
it was a goat, I would have caught it.
If it was a goat, you would have caught it. Fish. But it was a fish. After all these verses, it was fish. Gooby Gooblerson, I swim my way into your heart. Oh. Ooh. If a fish actually swam its way literally into the heart of a goat, that might be the end of a goat if a fish actually did that.
That'd be pretty fancy.
Zeppelin Man says bird versus bear is family. Well, misled Buddha the goat definitely gave them quite a welcome. Quite a welcome.
Yeah.
Okay. Infinite skyline, the shades, the towels, the lighters. It's coordination. It's coordination.
Did I give you an empty one?
No, we just found another. Pop Ronot says bird versus bear is a false versus. Preparation. Yaks chillun. Oh shit, I think my dog just thought it was fence again, BRB. Oh, no, we don't want that. Silka Marsh, did one towel not survive? Is a towel a goat or a fish, Silka Marsh? Is a towel a goat or a fish?
That's one piece. Eric's got to touch. These things
You can hear the sounds of Glow Stick Willy behind you. You can hear the sounds of Glow Stick Willy behind you.
John could teach me how to do. Did you how to do? And John Brown showed you the basics. I just learned scales.
Last move man with the pop.
It's a little wonky, but it'll work.
And then you still smoking your own joints?
Yeah.
Goat versus fish. Does anyone in chat have any verses before we spark the verse? Any verses? Any declarations, proclamations, salutations, collaborations, contemplations, musications? Zeppelin Man says, turd versus fart. Well, Zeppelin Man. Which is goat and which is fish? Drew John says, Drew John the fish! Don't forget to salt your pasta water. The salt of the sea of the fish. Joint versus sunglasses. Goat versus fish. You have to be careful around me. I'm currently drinking Red's wine. Goat or fish? Okay, let's versus. Zeppelin Man. False versus. If you want to say weed versus grass, then we can talk about the weed of the sea, the grass of the land of the goat. And also, if there are any goats in chat that wish to form a unification, Drew John is offering unification to goats in chat. Rent Stallion, they should be named Bake-On. Is Bacon goat or fish? Is Waffle House goat or fish? Waffles look very like fence. Well, Mom says, what happened to the noodle chef? I heard they passed away. I don't get it. Zeppelin Man, hee hee. Cannabis and crypto, the land of verses. Drew John, would you like to fry me before I eat you? Beer versus weed. Zeppelin Man, please stay on versus. Goat versus fish. Fish waffles, I say. Okay. Let's see what we can see. So where has gone Stick Willy Glow? They're off fencing about somewhere.
Off being cozy.
Stick Willy Glow is off fencing about somewhere, but you still have the verses.
Buddha's off fencing about too. What?
Right.
Interesting.
I was like,
that Jimmy Jones?
Ah! That, okay. Maybe not that versus. Maybe not that versus.
Oh, the site's not latched.
Shrimpy Mo, please. Is that what's going to happen to the stage? It's like, oh, we just forgot. Well, we just forgot to latch the. We just forgot to latch the entire verses.
I'm not responsible for this story. Is that Shrimpy Mo? You ask for the shrimp and it shows up? No, that's the
No, it's the fish. It's Ralph the fish.
That's Ralph.
Oh, thank the verses.
It's just Ralph.
The verses. Celebration!
Mighty celebration.
I'm not, I didn't consent to it. I said, I didn't say that I wanted this shit.
Goat versus fish?
These fucking mosquitoes are yanking my fucking socks down and sucking the life out of me.
Chacho versus Bud.
That sucks.
Chacho versus Squash.
Oh, my verses. Genesis Floods has a very important question. What's better? Goat versus fish getting high or us being high watching goat versus fish?
Ooh. It's a win-win.
Ooh, they want Shrimp Mo to play a versus.
You have Chancho.
We do. We've got Chancho the goat. Why would you want a shrimp to play you a versus when you could totally have a goat? Do you wish to partake of verse?
Partake of first.
Pass it about, pass it about. And leave some for Glass Moon Man, who makes this offering to goat versus fish.
It's like a vaporizer.
What is that?
It's his battery.
It's the power of goat versus fish.
It looks like a vaporizer though.
How long does it last?
It can be several hours of goat versus fish.
You gotta get the, I think it's Anchor. They make really good battery packs.
Yes, the larger the verse, the more power it has. But goat versus fish likes to have lots of these small verses, uncumbersome.
I mean, that's not a bad idea, actually.
Well, all right then. I'm going to roll one. You do that versus Gamer Crazy. You do that now. Ah.
Got time to order some more tubes.
We still have to set up the verses, don't we?
Sorry, set up.
You have set up your own.
Set up yours.
Oh, you have set it up and then we just take it there? Or did you set it up there?
No, it's just up
It's there. Okay, then we can just drag it out there and it will be verses.
there.
Celebration! Celebration!
I think I'm gonna end up
Celebration for the housing of goat versus fish.
right behind the front of the house.
We're going to sleep in a park.
Just slide them on each side. See my vein just goes for ears.
Thank you for this verses.
Right behind the front of the house.
Drew John says celebration. Look at all this fence. Look at all this fence.
Front of the house to my man, so the goat's not gonna blow away.
Judge, what is your judgment of the Moon Man, of the Moon Man?
It tastes really good. The roll's not bad. I give it an 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10 verses.
I've been thinking about that as well.
Well, it's still good on a hop up, because it'll be a solid 20-foot wall. Because I have a wall that just covers both 10 by 10, so it's a seamless 20-foot.
Actually woke me up. That was tasty. What was that? Which weed?
Puff or not, I was gonna ask if you have any bug spray, but then smokes it at least efficient cool. Is goat versus fish down to ride a one wheel and float about the verses? If that's a possible versus, we we may be willing to attempt it. We may be willing to attempt it. Gamer Crazy will see you upon your return. Puffer Not, the best is to be getting high out of our respective verses along with Goat vs. Fish and Stick Willy Glow. We do not deny it. Whoever is playing, can they do Dust in the Wind? Since when did Goat vs. Fish start smoking? You have much to learn about Goat vs. Fish. You have much to learn about Goat vs. Fish. Never gonna close my eyes, 'cause I missed if you said if you were a goat or fish. Okay, so Wow Mom says.
We need somebody to sing this.
Okay, so Wow Mom says, can you play Dust in the Wind? Goat vs. Fish doesn't even know what it sounds like, so if you're playing it, we can't even verification. Is this the verses?
Yes, that's what you love. That's the melody point there.
No, I cannot sing
I mean, that's the, I guess, melody
Troncho the Goat proving its verses again. Wow Mom says, beautiful verses.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's on the other side of town. They probably let it close it midnight.
Celebration!
Light up.
That's all you know. Blowing verses to Wow Mom. Wow. Mom.
Much deserved verses.
It's pre-WillyTown Fest. It's pre-WillyTown Fest. It's Ralph Mouth the Fish. It's Ralph Mouth the Fish. It's Ralph Mouth the Fish regaling you with yet more verses of verses past.
Getting ready for WillyTown this weekend.
Ralph Mouth the Fish can always regale you of verses past. It's like, and then this happened, and then that other verses. Drew John, celebration. Celebration. So this is WillyTown Fest. 8 goat and fish sitting around being like, yeah.
Pre-party.
It's the pre-party.
Wouldn't tonight be the normal pre? Isn't this Tuesday?
This is the most exclusive WillyTown pre-party there is.
Right, yeah.
Well, wouldn't this be the after party? This is Tuesday, right?
It is Tuesday. Fuck.
Yeah, this is the after party.
I gotta get on the Discord, man. Well, my phone's not.
You're-
I'm gonna have an after party tonight. Well, I gotta go to sleep and work.
Or you could just be like, Fence Discord. I'm totally at the totally exclusive Astros party, and then you can boast to them later, and you can be like, oh, there was an Astros party, you just weren't there because it was actually on Stick Willy Glow stage. You be the judge.
We're gonna have the after party campsite, so like we'll have real after parties every night in the flesh.
Is there? Oh, that's an empty verses.
Yeah, it's empty.
We were looking to a drink of the Rocky Mountains of Goat once more, but it seems they've all been consumed while Goat vs. Fish wasn't looking. Who would have thought?
I think they got kind of warm too. So now
Behind the verses. Oh, it's Shrimpy Mo's. It's Shrimpy Mo's little fence chair. Oh. No, it's Shrimpy Mo's little fence chair. Goat vs. Fish won't sit here. Who wants to sit here? Who wants to sit in the fence chair of Shrimpy Mo? Not goat versus fish.
Fucking with me because the sun's
No one in the Discord party lol, says Tweeties42. Will there be a battle of the verses at WillyTown Fest? Of course. But if you wish to be more specific as to the kind of verses that you are hoping to see, Drew John, please. Please. Don't eat the roach. It's the roach, goat, or fish! Fish playing, and then goat playing, and then some sort of verses between the two picked verses. We think we should like to do this. We think we should like to do this. We think we should like to do this.
Oh, Ralph. All 6 of them.
Who would be down for some archery in a safe area? Well, you would probably have to ask Shrimpy Mo about that versus. We don't know if they would accept it, but perhaps they would.
In my head, I automatically put
Infinite Skyline says goat fish. Yes. Precisely, Infinite Skyline, precisely. Is it cool, Shrimpy Moo? Where's Ralph? Let me see. Squid Bass. Squid Bass wants to see Ralph. Okay. You want to see Ralph? Okay.
That's what Little Sam brought a fucking bubble machine up into the stage at Florida WillyTown. And that's the medium.
That's not Ralph. Enjoy the verses. Where's Ralph? Let me see. It's Ralph the Fish versus Glass Moon Man the Goat.
Take it all back down. Oh, yeah.
It's Ralph the Fish versus Glass Moon Man Goat.
Set it back up. This is where I quit bitching about how hard it was to set up the glass blowing booth. When I started looking at it, and I'll get back to glass one. Those guys have to be here how long?
Okay, Squid Bass.
6 fucking weeks. Why you never do this at all? I can just go in and blow glass without having to do anything. I've got my cameras on the car, the tripods in the car, the interface.
Well, Squid Bass, what do you have to say for yourself? You ask, and then along comes Goat versus Fish, and we bring the verses to you. We bring the verses to you. What do you say to Goat versus Fish?
And mid-top. Where'd you get this fancy one? Oh, this is...
Damn, that was hot, says Squid Bass. Oh, such hot verses.
What the fuck?
I got a bunch of the Pot 260s.
Where'd you get the Pot 260?
They're looking at the Pot 260s. Let's have a look.
Oh, this one is a...
In mid-top.
I had to get the regular one.
Let's have a look at Pot 260s. Whatever those are. If the pot's a fish, or it's a goat pot. Pot 260. What's a Pot 260?
This light's a in mid-top Pot 260.
That's a lot of pot.
That's a lot of pot. 260 pot.
260 pot.
That's what those lights are.
You want to know the trick shot, Joe? Sit in front of this fan.
Oh, you got those labeled ES.
Does all the airflow.
You left the D out?
There's less letters. I saved a third of the time.
That's true. Leaving D's out.
That was a good workout today.
Who all you got in chat over there? You got a party going on?
Oh yes, we have 30s 3.
Oh, not
We have
bad.
Infinite Skyline 86, Squid Bass, who totally was like, I want to see Ralph. Ralph is my favorite.
Squid Bass.
Squid Bass.
Shout out Squid Bass.
Shout out Squid Bass. Genesis Floods. Hey, boss.
Oh, Genesis. Good to see you, dude.
What up, Genesis?
Gamer Crazy is here. Is
Oh,
excited
Gamer
about
Crazy?
Ralph.
Saying hi to Genesis. What up, dude?
We got the judge.
It's Judge
IRL.
Lysergic.
Tweeties
Genesis
in
is a
here. We
fucking
got
legend.
Tweeties 42, Exproprius Vocabulus,
That was one
Drew,
of those epic
familiars.
after parties.
Drew John,
You were there,
one
though.
millennia males,
Hell yeah.
and
Where's the stay awake squad? Nowhere to be found? Oh,
Stay asleep squad, more like it. Ha ha ha.
That's where everybody was last night. Was in Yes, I'm John.
oh yeah. No, I'm Ron.
We had a after party that.
No, I'm Ron.
Yes, I'm.
No, I'm Ron. God damn it.
Is that you? I'm Ron. Yes, I'm Ron.
Oh, look at that. Genesis gifting you a 10-pack, dude.
Genesis Bloods with a 10-pack. With a 10-pack. Let's see Ralph's 10-pack. 10-pack. It's true. Ralph Mouth the Fish drinks a 10-pack of Red Bull every versus.
Gotta have the wings, dude.
Genesis Bloods with 10 gifted subs.
Are those any different, or are they just they're just fresh? They're the ones you have the top part.
Genesis Bloods has a whole keg. Wow. Don't mess with the Genesis. So, LOL, so many crazy dudes with beards smoking the weed of the sea. Don't set yours versus on fire. What do you mean?
This one, the different channel is all of
Imminent Skylines here. Is this Alice in Fence? Is it Alice in Fence? Ah. We've got our beards fired. Dispatch all verses. Silkamarsh, calling Silkamarsh. The judge is calling you out, Silkamarsh. Genesis Bloods with 10 gifted subs. Oh, we have to do the verses now. Okay, there's not much remaining, but we think someone could perhaps get a small verses. Okay, let's do the classic verses for 10 subs. For Genesis Bloods with 10 subs. Let's do the verses. GoatVsFish is not going to neglect Genesis Bloods. With wow.
We'll have to make sure you sing.
10 gifted subs.
Can you give us a gobo on that? You can.
10 gifted subs. What?
This is small. This is for narrowing the beam, so that's. I would expect that to be bigger.
10 gifted subs. Genesis Bloods. Oh my verses.
Not that small over there. We gotta get those ones that
10 gifted subs. Oh my verses.
Oh
Oh, it's insane. It's like
Drew John says, tell the fancy one of the battle of the verses. We think so.
like when you
Shinks Stribble _ celebration. Stay away squad. Genesis was 10-pack lol. Welcome Shinks _ welcome again to GoatVsFish.
those ones that swing the beam angle, like you could have.
We've got Thunder Tracks. So glad I was able to catch you, GoatVsFish. Thank you, Thunder Tracks. There's going to be a lot of GoatVsFish, a lot of WillyTown, a lot of Ralph Mouth the Fish, a lot of Chancho the Goat, a lot of Glass Moon Man. And look at all this fence. We're going to make it versus yet. It will choose Goat or Fish. Take your times, man. Go chill.
Yeah. Like even the ones with the
Oh, we chill. But we also give you verses. Dragon Ball 325 celebrations. Whiskey Infinite Skyline celebration. The Crown Brero. The Crown Brero de Cabra contra Pez. You're a nut, lol. Oh, Genesis Floods, we've never heard that before. Perhaps such a versus could persuade them off the fence. Well, we need to find when they are desperate for attention. Right now the fence sitter is talking with a fish. We have a fence sitter talking with a fish, but we have this one. This one. Was this one on the fence before?
I got a pass to a press close.
Are you still on the fence?
That might be a distraction.
Because if yes,
You asked me once, I told you as a fish. You asked me the second time, I told you as a goat. The third time, I said I was undecided.
you're trying out the whole goat versus fish, aren't you? So how does it feel? How does the fence feel?
I don't know. You gotta try them all out, I guess, before you make a decision.
So when you said goat, you were not really deciding goat?
Oh.
You don't know anymore. We celebrated the goat. We celebrated the fish.
I gotta go take a shower.
It abandons the verses. It's like, please. Oh, the verses is mighty. The verses is mighty.
Such a fencing.
The verses is mighty.
Like if you stared at it at the wall.
It's such a mighty verses. If only you joined it again, you'd be like, wow, it's so great. But no. Drew John, we tried. We tried, Drew John. It's not ready to come back to goat versus fish. Shower sounds like fish. True. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, let's look at this. Let's look at this.
A man in a light can have a lot of fun.
Mighty verses. Yes. Is it goat or fish? Yes, yes,
Oh, it's
yes.
like moon. Hey, it's a full moon.
Is that a shadow goat? Is that the shadow of a goat or a fish? Oh, that's a difficult verses. Goat. Goat versus fish. It's goat. It's goat versus fish. It's a goat. Meh. 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 Swim style fish. Swim style fish. Versus. Oh, they're really bugging goat versus fish now. They're really bugging goat versus fish. They're bugging goat versus fish.
They used to make light bulbs that would last.
Look, it's goat and fish. Look, it's goat and fish.
They just make them breakable because
Look, it's goat and fish.
people, they don't want people to buy more. That's what I read. You can make a light bulb last a really long time.
It's goat and fish on the some crown brero of goat versus fish.
Alright, Aaron, I'll be back. Okay, did you do your thing?
Jack's chilling with goat versus fish. Genesis Blood says there are YouTube's videos on Mighty Verses. There are. Goat versus fish, pineapples on pizza, thoughts? Here's our thoughts about pineapples on pizza. Apart from the obvious verses that we need to know if pineapple is goat and if the pizza is fish or vice versa, what goat versus fish can tell you is that when we see on the Book of Faces, all the fence sitters are arguing about, pineapples on pizzas are false verses. No, pineapples on pizza is really the true verses. No, I object strongly to anyone who likes pineapples on a pizza, and I will not accept it in my conversation. Well, if you don't like that verse, it's a totally false verses. They don't realize it's actually goat versus fish. They don't realize that they're just doing goat versus fish, but they call it by a false verses. So This false versus of yes, pizza pineapple or no pizza pineapple should be acknowledged to be goat versus fish. And then instead of arguing about that fence, they should just argue about goat and fish. Look, it's the versus signal. Goat versus fish does need a versus signal. It's like, goat versus fish, come to... we need the versus now more than ever. We need the versus. Goat versus fish, we need the versus. Versus. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Where are they to be going? They are talking about some verses.
Walmart.
Consumption.
Walmart, and then he said something about bringing back food.
Ah. Well, we could join them as goat versus fish. Goat versus fish has gone to those verses before.
Stop the damn car. Stop the damn car.
You need anything from in town?
Well, goat versus fish could go to Walmart and talk to the goat and fish.
You want to go to Walmart?
We could. We have done it before.
Well, we're packed in here.
Oh, you are packed.
We got 3 people and a big basket of clothes. 3 baskets of clothes.
Well, then please go about your
Do you need
verses.
anything, though? I can get something if you need me to.
From FenSmart, let us
'Cause
see.
I'm gonna go there and get some socks. I need socks bad.
Please, yes. Short ones. Short ones.
Short socks, yeah.
Yes. Yes, we could use that verses. And something to imbibe would be pleasant. And
I'm gonna bring back some food as well.
Celebration. Yes, just bring back. We trust you, fish. There's no specific goat or fish, but yes, socks sounds like a fine verses.
Socks are the best verses right now.
Yes. Let's do that verses.
All right. I'll be
And
back.
do we have fence repellent to repel all these biting fence eaters?
I think Eric does.
Okay, we shall speak with them. Thank you, fish.
All right.
Celebration for fish! Yax Chillin says it's all good, but there's no good or evil, only goat and fish. Genesis Floods, with tech support for a truly phone corporation. Please don't do that. Red Stallion says celebration. Perhaps you can tape verses on a lamp and sort of blackouts filter with the verses cut out. That would be a fine... We should have a versus signal here at WillyTown Fest. Can we, make a simple verses?
How hard is it? Can we literally just cut a piece of cardboard out and put a V, S in it? And
Yes.
Under that light? Not for a long time, but
Just for the sake of verses.
just as proof concept.
Oh, you
They want to make a signal out of that light.
They always focus really well at the gobo form. And the gobo's inside the
Inside, okay.
But you can make custom gobos for it.
But nothing we can do like
That's
that.
I want custom gobos for it.
Answer's no.
There you
False
go.
verses.
Quick answer, no.
You can get custom gobos.
Yeah, but that doesn't work right now. And I knew that it'd get too hot to leave it there. That's why I was like, could we hold something in front of
The closer
Genesis Floods.
The closer the reflection, the more focus it's gonna be.
Oh, really?
Genesis Floods, you probably hear that 1,000 times every verses, don't you? That sounds like the kind of verses Genesis Floods would hear. Yes, I'm John. Last open microphone when we preparation to join you. Celebration. Yes, I'm John. Please. We need your goatness. Yes, I'm John. We need your goatness now. We need your goatness now.
This is an array of LED.
Oh, wow.
Dark celebration. Mike Cock, dark celebration.
But when you're way out,
I know all the scams. They call me 10s to 20s times a day.
oh, we just learned something. Holy shit.
A fruity phone. A fruit phone. That's a new verses.
Yeah. Cool.
This man's not just playing
Moonman. Yes, I'm John is fond of Moonman.
What's up?
What's up? Yes, I'm John, says Moonman, the goat to its fellow goat.
Yes, I'm John. How you doing, brother?
It's the afters party with goat versus fish.
This is the
This
after
is
party.
the official.
Can you
It's Tuesday.
can you go into the Discord and be like, hey, unofficial afters party on the streams of Goat vs. Fish.
I can say something.
Brent Stallion says celebration. Yes, I'm John says lysergic. Drew John says plus 2 billion versus celebration.
Now I got doubles in.
Genesis Floods, lol, someone knows Kitbooga. Finally, I'm at Afters Party, says Yax Chillin. You're here now. Ralph Mouth the Fish is going to get some verses. It's just like a true Discord after parties of Glow Stick Willy, where Ralph Mouth seems to sort of be there, but might be out doing a verses, and Shrimpy Mo left long ago, and you're just here with Goat vs. Fish. Genesis Floods, I'm in the second best call flooder in the universe.
He is, man.
I call flood scammers every verses. Shout out Genesis Floods, Genesis Floods.
Shit. We had him in an after party. Can I tell the story? It was crazy, dude.
Genesis Floods is here in chat. You may speak to Genesis Floods. Do you wish to?
Yeah.
Afters party with it's afters party with Judge. It's afters party with Judge.
Hello. Wait, I switched the. Hello, but yeah. So Genesis copped into the first after party, and there was this other person in there who had never been in the after party as well. And she started, he was talking about scamming and how he takes down scammers and stuff like that. And she mentioned how her dad was getting hit with a scammer. And Genesis, all of a sudden was just like, Genesis was like, give me the number. He gave him the number and just started flooding the fucking call. And I think by the end of the night, we had the number taken down. So he's legit. I've seen it in action.
Legitimization. You have been judged to be legitimization. Genesis Flood says romance scam, the worst.
Yeah, it was a romance scam.
What kind of person? They're like, I love you, so give us bits.
Right. It's like they prey on like elderly or people who are like, disabled in some way, and they act like they are in love with them, and they gain their trust, and slowly but then they start asking for money, and you'll start sending them they'll ask for gift cards, you know what I mean, like give me $500 in gift cards, and you gotta be a real sick person to do something like that.
Yes, Drew John. Genesis Floods is like it's sort of like. Let us see what the verses was. It's sort of like oh no, you're a fence sitter. Oh no, it's a fence sitter. But then it's like, oh, but I never fence the verses. I only fence other fence sitters. Oh, I find fence sitters that are trying to destroy the verses of Goat vs. Fish. And then the fence sitter goes after the fence sitter to be like, not so fast. It's going to be verses now. So it's like that. What was that television versus? It was called like Fenster. It's called Fenster. Dexter Fence. Dext Fencer. It was about a fence sitter that only fenced other fence sitters. And it is like, okay, well, in that versus, we guess we sort of appreciation that versus. The flood. Wow, Mom says it's like catfishing for vigilantes. Genesis Flood says Dexter. Goat versus Drew John says yes. What is it?
I was just saying that was one of the coolest after parties we've ever had. Like we've had really cool after parties before, but that one was special. It blew my mind, man.
There is much wind sound. Well, here's the verses, Drew John. Here's the verses.
There's a fan.
Here, it blows. It may blow a bit. But it does keep the fence-skeetos off of Goat vs. Fish. Yep. So you may be like, wow, that blows, but guess what? It blows better than it sucks. So you'll just have to accept this versus for now until oh look, it's a spinny versus, yes, distraction. Just pretend it's like ASMR. I like hearing things go. I like hearing things go. Genesis Floods, I can push over 1,000,000 calls at the same time. And they all say, Goat vs. Fish. 1,000 calls, all the same verses. Are you goat or fish?
Yeah, like you'll hear it over like when he does it because you'll hear like all the calls at once and it sounds like crazy. Like it's wild, man. It's really cool, and it's a good service.
Nice verses. Hey all, says Late Bloomer. Welcome, welcome Late Bloomer. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or fish? Fever Dog says being downward of goat versus fish can be dangerous at times between showerings. Are you standing between goat versus fish and a shower? If so, you better choose goat or fish or get the fence out of here. Mike Cock, I bet goat versus fish smells nice, like an Irish Spring.
I would think you would because you got the bath towels, man.
That microphone's licking thing is a little disturbing. Well, listen, look, we can lick the microphone or the fan, but we're definitely not doing both. But it's just asking for goat. We think it's coming on to goat versus fish. It's being like, please, I'm a spinning fence. I need you to help me choose goat or fish, goat versus fish. No, we're already in relations with the water heater. We can't have relations with the fan. Goat versus fish can't have relations with the fan. Don't you understand? Don't you understand? Then all the fans will want to blow goat versus fish. If we let one fan blow goat versus fish, then all the fans will want to blow goat versus fish. And they'll be like, wow, I didn't understand goat versus fish, but now I totally understand goat versus fish. It's all clear now. Just approach it from behind, you'll be safe. Oh, we've heard that before. Well, if I just sit on the fence from behind, then maybe I'll be able to be a goat or fish at the same verses.
They have all these set up and wired.
Not all vans are industrial blizzard fans. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. It's a blizzard fan. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Sing into the fan. Okay. 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 Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is now live on the Twitch. For as long as you wish. Goat versus fish.
I couldn't figure it out in one spot. But yeah, dude, I would probably.
You like this versus, Drew John? You like that versus? You want more verses? You want more of that verses? More fan singing, says Drew John. Zeppelin Man says, do they ever stop? Zeppelin Man, we could ask the same about you. We could ask the same about you, Zeppelin Man. Does the verses ever stop? We could ask the same of you, Zeppelin Man. Do you ever stop being yourself? No? What do you expect from goat versus fish? Zeppelin Man, please. Zeppelin Man, are you coming to WillyTown Fest? Listen, Zeppelin Man, if you want to be... Zeppelin Man, you understand the verses. Zeppelin Man wants to be a professional chatter, right? Don't you, Zeppelin Man? You want to be a professional chatter? So you let Goat versus Fish. He's a professional streamer, and Zeppelin Man can be a professional chatter, and we can just do like that versus. Okay, let's give them what they want. Let's give the chat what they want. Goat versus fish. 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 Are you goat or are you fish? True John reading. Oh, my verses. Oh, Fish Center Live, you're bringing me down. We sat and we watched as the verses left town. We didn't do nothing. Did we even try? We sat and we watched as the verses went by. Now everyone knows just how much we needed that show. Go closer, go closer, go closer, go. Zeppelin man, you're going closer to goat versus fish every versus. Zeppelin man, whether you verse it or not, you're going closer to goat versus fish every versus. My cock redeemed celebration! Yax Chillon smiled upon goat versus fish. My cock redeemed celebration. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Are you a goat or are you a fish? Goat versus fish, 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 goat versus fish. Let's go check out the verses. Twelve minuets, Zeppelin man. 12 minuets of what? Of goat versus fish? Goat versus fish. Poll in the chat. Is it time for a poll? Is it always time for a poll? Oh, goat versus, we want to go, oh wait, no, oh wait, oh, goat versus fish. Oh, but we were trying to, we wanted to see it. Can we see it? Hello, fence sitter. Goat versus fish is speaking to you now. Fence sitter, power hungry fence sitter, light fence sitter. Is coffee goat or fish? Excellent question. Okay, they're doubling the verse now. They're doubling the verse. Okay, we can't see the verse over there anymore. They changed the verses. Okay, back to the verse. Ah, fenciness of it all, the fenciness. Let's look at the verses.
Looks like all three. There's one of each sit here. That's what I do for good.
It's like a dancy sparkle fence. Zeppelin man, we are not the keeper of false fences. We do not know. How would goat versus fish know where bird versus bear is? I am not my fencer's keeper. Are you? Hypnotization. Goat versus fish hypnotized you and said, you will choose goat or fish after we ask you if you're a goat or fish if you want to. Goat versus fish hypnotization you and said, you can give us bits or gifted subs if you want, and if you can afford it, then you can. And even if you can't afford it, you also can, but it would not really be our recommendation. But you still can. We can't stop that versus. The versus may be worth to you. Goat versus fish is not here to say. Goat versus fish hypnotization you and said, vote in the poll. Is coffee a goat or a fish? Is coffee a goat or a fish? Ooh, very stylized verses. Very stylized. Who made this poll? Very stylization. We like that verses. Is coffee goat or fish? And we've got goat and we've got fish. No fences, this verses. Late bloomer loves this verse. Late bloomer loves this verse. So does goat versus fish. So let's see. Let's see if they are if they're nibbling at goat versus fish. Let's see if they're nibbling at the verses. Perhaps they are. Perhaps they're nibbling at the verse. Drew John made the poll. Nice stylization, Drew John. You have learned much verses. You have learned much verses. We are learning from you now. Grrrr. You see, Zeppelin man, this is what goat versus fish likes to call preparation. If we prepare the verses, if we prepare to go for a long verses, then we can give you a long verses. Wow. Wow, we like that, goat versus fish. We like that, goat versus fish. They've abandoned goat versus fish, but that's okay. Where have they gone? Wow. This one really just doesn't want to speak to goat versus fish at all. Where have they gone? Some of them went to Walmart, but Glass Moon Man was here, and now we don't know where they are. Willy Mart. Head on down to Willy Mart. They should have a Willy Mart at WillyTown Fest. Head over to Willy Mart. We will tell them about Willy Mart. We have goat with 90 and fish with 41. Versus. Do I bleed it? Is it under control? Can I fish feed it? Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus the fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus the fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus the fish. that versus. 92 to 46. The goat with 92. Goat with 93. Fish with 55. A minute left in the verses. $74 now for fish. $74 now for fish. Goat with 104. 86 for the fish. Still anyone's verses. We've got 119 with for goat, 114 for fish, 52% for goat, 46% for fish. Is coffee goat or fish? Oh, it's a fence biter, it's a fence biter. It's 51 for goat, 49% for fish, 50's 50. Goat with 180, Drew John with 105 bits. Genesis Flood spending many channel points, and it's a triumph for fish, it's a triumph for fish! It's a triumph for fish! Genesis Flood spending thousands of channel points of watching Goat versus Fish, celebration for fish. Welcome Genesis Floods, welcome to the verses. Coffee fish, coffee fish, coffee fish. You need a guitar slide. Well, Zeppelin Man. Exclamation point tip. No, actually, we have a Goat vs. Fish actually has a guitar slide, but we just don't have it here. But if you tip us, we might get a new guitar slide. Genesis Flood with 500 bits for goat. Let's hear it for goat. Let's hear it for goat. Let's hear it for 500 bits for goat. Let's hear it 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 for goat. 500 bits for goat. It's 500 bits for goat. It's 500 bits for goat.
There's that whole kiss factor. Keep it so stupid.
Drew John with fish. Drew John with fish. Jack's chilling with lots of fish. Late bloomer celebration with fish. Wow, Genesis Floods with 500 bits, but suddenly a wall of fish. But suddenly a wall of fish. But suddenly a wall of fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. The fish are the fish. Fish are the fish. Fish are the fish. On the land they frolic and bleat, but the fish don't have any feet. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Fish versus. Are you a goat or are you a goat or are you fish? Are you a fish or are you goat? Are you a goat or are you fish? Are you a fish or are you goat? Fish, 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 fish. Oh, all the fish Genesis floods is like boo, but look at all the fish. Drew John, where's the one that insisted on eating me alive earlier? It wasn't me, but depends on how things could go. I could offer up. Genesis floods with a 500 bits. Let's try to reverse the verses. Let's try to reverse the verses. So it would be like. Go to. Let's see, under the. Up on the land. 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 We've got some mountains. We've got some rocks. We've got some sand. All of the verse we stomp our hoofs. And something GoatVsFish.
Goodbye, stream. I'm leaving.
Oh, okay. Fish is leaving.
Goodbye.
Fair versus Judge Fish. What, you mean you're not sleeping in a van?
No, I'm going home to sleep. I don't live that far.
Okay.
And then I'm going to come back tomorrow and unload sound gear.
Okay. Sounds like a versus.
It'll be here at noon.
Noon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like a versus.
That actually, I was earlier.
Zeppelin Man says bye, fish.
Well,
Zeppelin Man says bye, Judge Fish.
Bye. See you guys. I'll be here tomorrow. See you, Eric.
They'll be here next verses. Okay, let's we want to try to do that goat versus again. We like doing this reverse. It's like their expectation unders the sea, but then it's like
I'll try to be here.
over the land.
Yeah, we got like 9.
And it's all about goat suddenly. It's not under the sea. It's suddenly
I gotta go and go to bed.
suddenly it's over the land.
No, no problem, man.
hey, Eric. This little shop light.
I'm ready for
Start
the
making-
fucking show now.
Start making the side of this light quite warm.
I moved it.
Over the land. Over the land. We've got some mountains, we've got some rocks, we've got some sand. All of the verse we butt our horns and make fun of the fish till early morn. Fish till early morn. Up on the land, up on the land, up on the land. Goat, 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 I'm happy to see that some of the guys are helping out. It's a nice song. All we have found. I was a fence sitter at WillyTown, and I sat on the mightiest fences around. But now I am learning to choose fish or goat, and I promise to play the fence sitter no more. And it's no, nay, never goat or a fish. No, nay, never, no more will I play the fence sitter. No, never, no more. I went into a verse place I used to frequent, and I told the true verse bargained for time, and they answered me false. For such fences as yours I do pity the most, and it's no, nay, never a fish, no, nay, never, no more will I play the fence sitter, no, never, no more. Willow is Willow, subscribe for 6 months of Goat versus Fish.
Bravo. Bravo.
I removed from my backside a very long post, and the goatfish's eyes opened wide with a boast. They said, "Fancy, oh fancy, I have but one quest, asking, are you a goat then, or are you a fish?" And it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the fence sitter, no, never, no more. Willow is Willow. Thank you for the verses. Where is that fence sitter? Speaking of the fence sitter, where is that fence sitter? Where's that fence? Did that fence sitter? That fence. You were going to be
He
like
flew the coop.
the fence sitter trying to evade goat versus fish. The fence sitter may be trying to escape the question.
Yeah.
Time to find the fence sitter. Let's play find the fence.
I think the one true question is, are you going to get down to WillyTown?
Oh, yes. Who in the chat is like, what's WillyTown? I've never heard of that. Maybe the fence sitter fell out the verses when we blew in, when we were doing this verses. Escape of the fence. Oh, my verses. We're going to have to find this fence sitter, aren't we? We have to search for the fence sitter. Well, now we're just searching for fence.
That's what back to Indiana.
Dr. LeVay goat. All right, fence sitter. Time to seek this fence sitter. This is a serious verses. We were just singing about the fence sitter, and then fence sitter. Nowhere to be versed. Nowhere to be versed. It's not the first verses that fence sitter has tried to evade goat versus fish. Dr. LeVay goat celebration for goat. Yes, I'm John, WillyTown. Head on down to WillyTown and follow Glowstick Willy. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Okay, we're playing Find the Fence Sitter. Suddenly the stream is all about trying to find a fence sitter now. Oh, my verses. Let's play Find the Fence. If only we had our fence finder 3000, it would make it so much easier. We really don't try to actively look for it most of the time. Oh, goat versus fish. Will I play fence sitter? Find the fence sitter? You like the verses?
Can't believe you lost your fence sitter.
Oh, it has happened before. The fence sitter tries to evade goat versus fish. But we are not done seeking it out.
I do find it strange you're seeking out the fence.
Well, we do want to know if it's goat or fish. If it evades the one true question, then how can we ever find out? Something's been done. It's all going to fence. The stream's gone to fence. The stream's gone to fence. The guitar's case won't close. Everything's fence. It's all gone to fence. Okay. Silence.
Wow, the fenciness over there.
Yes, we think the strap is too thick. We like it, but it might be a bit too strapping after all.
Get these lights set up, we get GoatVsFish, do a tight 5 on the stage.
Oh, of course, yes. Okay. The search for fence continues.
You want me to
Begins,
just
continues.
Put them right here, do a tight 5 in the bright light.
The search for fence. Continuation. GoatVsFish. Fence, are you under the fence? Is fence hiding under the fence? No. Is fence hiding in GoatVsFish? No.
While you're searching, what was the outcome of Hookahville? Was there more goat or more fish?
We think more fish. We think slightly more fish. Plenty of goat, though. Fence, are you here, fence? We thought we had the fence when Chancho the goat. But the other possible verses is when GoatVsFish was going out there to look at the verses. Remember? Glass Moon Man, goat. Glass Moon Man, goat. Can you bring something that shines? Do you have something that shines? Fence sitter, are you here? Fence sitter? Fence sitter? Fence sitter? We blame the fence. We blame everyone who didn't choose goat or fish for this fenciness. We blame everyone who didn't choose goat or fish. Okay. Okay.
There you go.
Celebration. Ooh, the classic Glass Moon Man. Shout out Glass Moon Man for the classic embrightening verses. Black and 666 celebration. Shines like Glass Moon Man. Sushi Rip. Ah, I see I will not verses again. I can read the room and know my place. Jack's chillin'. Well, what is this? Harass people till they call the cops. That's not quite the verses. We wouldn't quite say that verses. We wouldn't quite say that verses. Fence sitter. No.
Is this the new DMX splitter?
Only 20% power left. Only 20% power left. Head on down to WillyTown. Okay, fencer. Okay, fencer. Oh, you're going to try to hide yourself in the grass of the land, aren't you, fence sitter? Aren't you? Aren't you, fence sitter? On the fence? Is this a Blair Witch versus? It's more like a Blair fence versus. We are attempting to location a missing fence sitter. It may have evasion goat versus fish. out in the verses, and then we went here and we were like, we want to see the verse. And then they changed the verses. So, have you checked the fence? We did check the fence, but we may have to check the fence again. We may just have to check the fence again. So we went out to this verses to try to find it, but fence sitter does not seem to be here. Ah, and then we went to speak to Ralph Mouth the fish. Let's try where we spoke to Ralph Mouth the fish. It could be there, it could be there. On your head, GoatVsFish did check there. And we could not find the fence sitter there. Will I play the fence sitter? Just as we were singing about the fence sitter, then the fence sitter up and fences. Up and fences. Fence sitter? Is that you? Fancy fence? Oh no, it's just a piece of fence. It's just a piece of fence. Are you plugged in, but I don't know what's going on? You had the cord in the shot like a tablet objection. Well, we have that versus. We have the power of GoatVsFish. But where has gone the fence sitter? But where has gone the fence? So let us see. And then we may have gone back up this versus.
I'll get it to you, Eric, I swear.
Where's gone the fence sitter? Ah.
Wow.
Zeppelin Man says no clue.
It's not in the hat. Somebody kidnapped the fence sitter.
It would seem so. Maybe it was Chancho the goat.
Maybe it was the fence sitter.
It may have been the fence itself. It's like the fence kidnapped itself. It kidnapped itself? But why?
Kidnapped the fence.
The fence snapped itself. Well, we still have Shrimpy Mo. Yeah, GoatVsFish can't even find your own fences, man. So what if I've lost like 500 of my own Bitcoin wallets? Whatever, you can't keep track of a single fence. Shrimpy Mo. That was not the verses. What's a fence sitter? Zeppelin Man, you are on the fence. Because you have not chosen goat or fish. That's the verses, yes? Are you goat or fish, Zeppelin Man? Are you goat or fish? What is a fence sitter? Well, that is why we ask fence sitter, are you goat or are you fish? That's why we ask, are you goat or fish? That's why we ask, are you goat or fish? Ah, GoatVsFish. We are recalling now that we were here. Ooh, it could be. We were sitting here doing a verses, and then the judge was talking about Genesis floods, and then the fence sitter made a verses. You can track Ralph by following Empty's Red Bull cans. True. So we did a versus here with Ralph. No, with the judge. With the judge, there was a fence sitter here. Fence sitter last seen with the judge, or at least near the judge. Or maybe this is such a bright versus that we can't perceive it. We spoke to the fan of Goat versus Fish. And when I did verses, as oft times before, I did promise to play the fence sitter no more. You can be certain it is hiding in a very fancy place, wherever it is. It would be a place that's like, oh, well, if we had known it was there. Susikula subscribed at tier 1 for 7 months. Celebration!
Where's the fence sitter at, Susie?
Where's the fence sitter, Susiculus? Where's the fence sitter?
Ridiculous knows everything.
Yes, don't you? Don't you?
That moved way easy.
We can always search again when verse light comes. It will be somewhere about. We can tell everyone that comes to WillyTown Fest, like, there's a missing fence sitter, please. 7 months, Susiculus!
I have to make a sign up for a missing fence sitter. Have you seen me?
Well, this is what we have found when Goat versus Fish travels about with Goat and Fish and fence sitters every now and a versus. One escapes Goat versus Fish. It is not what we wish. It is not what we wish, but it has happened. It may happen again. Susikula 7 months. Celebration. Susiculus, have you seen the fence sitter? ETC source for the verses upon your head is very large, and I support it.
You want, here's a brighter illumination.
Ooh, yes.
Portable.
Are you goat or fish? And we only have so many minuets. We only have so many minuets left of power of Goat versus Fish. Will it end in a great dramatization about where's Goat and where's Fish? It may. It may just. Genesis Flood says, I'm blind. We assure you that you type that because you wouldn't actually be able to see. But congratulations on typing I'm blind even though you can't see. That must have not been easy. Unless you found some other way to verses. Where's the fence sitter? We're looking for the fence sitter. Fence it or not, we're looking for the fence sitter. Is the fence sitter under the verses? It must be somewhere where we cannot see it, because otherwise we could see it. We feel like it had to have been around when we started The fan. The fan. Okay, but this is a brighter versus. Let's use this. When the fan of GoatVsFish started talking to GoatVsFish. Ooh, what if it's under? Ooh, fence sitter. Fence sitter. We have thought of a possible versus. Fence sitter could be hiding under the guitar case of GoatVsFish, just slightly squished. Just waiting to squeak out again. Oh, we do not deny Genesis floods. It was just that. It was just that. We thought that if you just went blind, you might not have. It might have been a bit shocking to you. Okay, so. Is the fence sitter under the guitar case of GoatVsFish? Type verses in chat if you think the fence sitter is under the guitar case of GoatVsFish. Fence in chat if you. Ah! Have you seen the fence sitter? Have you seen the fence sitter? Well, have you? Have you seen the fence sitter? Have you seen the fence sitter? Okay, let's find out. GoatVsFish. False versus. False versus. GoatVsFish. Goat. Fish. Is that a cicada? Are you goat or fish? Goat and fish are safe. We have fish.
What the fuck? That one's a little thing. No,
We have goat.
cicada hitting that light.
Goat and
That's the
goat
sound
and we
of
have
it.
fish. We have goat and fish. Infinite Skyline, Worting, Roastators, Bugs. Delicious verses. Don't you want to walk about again? Ah!
It's a lot.
It makes noise at GoatVsFish!
It told you. Oh,
Oh, my verses! Ah! The fenciness continues.
I didn't do it, Eric.
It was too much for that.
The fenciness continues. Please.
Well, I'm gonna unplug this right ass shop light that's hotter than hell too.
Please. It's just getting fancier, GoatVsFish. It's just getting fancier. Every verses.
Right now it's pulling. Yep, because the breaker on the back's not doing anything.
Zeppelin Man. No.
Illumination.
No, Zeppelin Man. We will ask if it's goat or fish.
Yeah. I think we found the limit. Fan, lights.
Use the chicken to flip it over.
Yeah.
We don't have the fence sitter. That's what started this whole fancy verses.
Fence sitter shut the power off.
And soon we will lose the power in the phone of GoatVsFish. Look, it's all coming full verses. It's all coming full verses. But we're going to seek that fence sitter once more. Could the fence sitter be could it be in the verses somehow? Perhaps it fell in the verse.
It comes from the other side.
Yes, all of you in chat, introduce to one another. Genesis floods with the jokes. Save the cicada. Look at this. Look at Zeppelin man. We were not going to kill that fence sitter. You're hungry for the death of fences, but no, were you not a fence sitter yourself not a verses ago? How would you like it if you were there and suddenly someone was like, kill you? It's just a pathetic fence sitter. Kill it. No. No, says GoatVsFish, no. We ask if you are a goat or fish. We take great passion, great compassion. So is it is it like will never work again, or will it ever verse again?
It should. I'm not exactly sure what the fenciness is. The humble switch flipper.
Flipper, fancy, fancy.
Got it.
Ooh. The power of goat! Fancier fancy, because it's fencer, fancily fancy. 41 are totally invested in if GoatVsFish will find this fence sitter before the end of the verse. Oh, GoatVsFish does not wish to lose that fence sitter. Verse it or not, we have recalled many fond verses with that fence sitter. We got that fence sitter when the original fence sitter, when we thought it had fenced its last... Ah! We found the fence sitter!
Oh, good.
Identification! There you are, Fancy, trying to hide away. Camouflageization.
Under the stage?
It is just here. Have a look here.
You walked by it that many times.
Well, look, it is like trying to blend in with the grass of the goat. See?
Oh, I'm not looking for the right fence sitter.
Yes, you were looking for the other fence sitter.
Yeah.
So you see, when it was not such a bright verses and it was just a bit of, we just didn't quite, but there it is.
He didn't get far. Yeah, I'm definitely looking for the wrong fence sitter.
10% batteries, oh, 10%. Sorry, fence sitter, it looks like you couldn't evade the verses forever. Oh, you were scared. Well, are you goat or fish? Yes, of course. You can come again with GoatVsFish. Now you can run back and save the cicadas, says Fever's dog. We already flipped it about.
Well, you're not excited to start it. You can't start going it now.
GoatVsFish had immense relief in the verses. You should sleep on the stage in case the fence sitter comes back and gets scared. We found the verses. All of WillyTown will be talking verses soon. Bring on the musication! Bird versus Bear is in traction. Okay, fence sitter. Well, goat versus fish. Now that we have found the fence sitter, we're going to sing you off the verses and say celebration. Exclamation point WillyTown! Exclamation point WillyTown! Exclamation point WillyTown! Exclamation WillyTown! Exclamations WillyTown! Oh, we can just plug in a verses here. We could plug in a forever verse. We could just. Does any of you have to? VSB plug verse? Goat versus fish does. We would have to go and retrieve it.
Mine's buried and tarped off.
Buried in a faraway place.
Yeah. Yeah.
Promise me you'll never die. Why would we promise you that versus when you know it's forever goat versus fish? It would be a foolish versus.
GoatVsFish.
Yes.
There's a place to plug in.
Okay. To just for.
Multiple verses here.
Ah, we see. Okay, goat versus fish has infinite power now. Watch out. The stream could last forever.
Do you need your 24-hour stream?
Well, it's WillyTown Fest. Now is the verses for epic verses. Fever Dog 1 says, "Be careful, Moonman. Goat versus fish may go silka on you." We don't even know what that means, but maybe you do.
Means he's going to. Silka kissed me and when we were in Missouri.
Oh, was it a consensual versus?
No, I was trying to sleep.
Oh no! Wow.
Exactly.
That is not sweet. Goat versus fish is not.
Yeah, I felt assaulted. Thankfully, you say fresh verses.
Ooh, celebration! Celebration!
New pipe, new pack. New.
Make some noise for Glass Moon Man. Please shout out Glass Moon Man.
Glass Moon Man!
Glass Moon Man!
It's not quite the same as Dentine Ice, but it works.
Celebration. Play some country verses for Moon's Man. Country verses?
Yeah. That's why I never.
Goat versus fish. Fish versus the goat. Goat are versus all of the fish. Little goat versus the fish. And the fish are versus the goat. The goat are versus all the fish. Versus the fish. Fish versus the goat. The goat, the goat, the goat versus fish. The goat are versus goat versus fish. And the goat are versus the fish. Fish are versus the goat. The versus celebration. Top shelf versus Astral Traveler 6. You recognize the verses? Well, I met a goat named a Glass Moon Man. It used to blow heat as fast as it can. It thought it was the chillest goat around. Well, it started to pack its bowl, and then it started to make another roll. They botched it in the fence house way downtown in WillyTown. Goats in the fence house now. Goats in the fence house now. Well, I told them twice or once to stop packing such enormous blunts. They're in the fence house now. Well, I knew a judge lyserging the fish. It used to hang out in the after parties and thought it was the fairest fish around. But that fish got thrown in jail with nobody to pay their bail. Goat versus fish. How should we do the next verses? Glass Moon Man doesn't know. We already said that the previous verses. But in any verses, you see, but no matter how you get what you have to know about fish now is they're in the fence house now. They're in the fence house now. Well, I told that fish right to their face. I'm sure you wanna get out of this place. They're in the fence house now. Well, I went out last Thursday to WillyTown Festival. I thought it was the funniest Twitch festival around. Well, I started to spending my biddies, and I started to get a little pen city. They're taking every WillyTown show around. I'm in the fence house now. I'm in the fence house now. Well, I told that shrimp right to their face, I don't want to see this place. I'm in the fence house now. "41 are watching Goat vs. Fish, and no one is chatting at Goat vs. Fish. It makes us wonder what kind of versus this is. Maybe you're just enjoying the beautiful musications. If you are here with GoatVsFish, please chat with GoatVsFish. True John chatting. We've got Yax chillin', we've got Zeppelin Man Wood, we've got Red Stallion says 'tis enjoyable. It's all about that versus. Fensitter, that was your verses. Fensitter, let's do the verse just like you want it. Let's do the verse just like the Fensitter wants it. Just as the Fensitter wants it. Red Stallion, Fancy Fan, Zeppelin Man, well, I'm off to bed. Zeppelin Man, thank you for joining GoatVsFish. Thank you for joining GoatVsFish. Keep watching GoatVsFish and follow Glowstick Willy, which you obviously do. So celebration. WillyTown Fest will be soon. WillyTown Fest is soon. Bodhi 2099, I'm slowly understanding. Celebration. Are you goat or are you fish? Yo, Frosted Flakes, yo! Well, Mom is lurk. Road 2099, you're slowly understanding. The Fensitter. The Fensitter. The Fensitter. Pitied by the goat, pitied by the goat. Pitied by the goat, pitied by fish. Pitied by fish. Pitied by fish. Pitied by fish. Pitied by fish and goat. Oh, I knew a chatter named the Zeppelin Man. They used to troll as fast as they can. They thought they were the smartest fan around. But Zeppelin Man saw Bird versus Bear. Bird versus Bear gave Zeppelin Man a scare. Now Zeppelin Man's in GoatVsFish's chat. Zeppelin Man says no. Zeppelin Man says no. But if you're watching a GoatVsFish show, then we're gonna say that you're in chat, you know. They're in the fence house now. Zeppelin Man said, Zeppelin Man said, I'm a fish and I'm a goat. Zeppelin Man said, I'm a fish and I'm a goat. Well, I can climb on the land and I can be in the sea. I can float. Well, Zeppelin Man said, I know what I'll be. I'll see it, however misled Buddha to see. I'll pick whatever misled Buddha do. But here's the verses of Zeppelin Man. Ponder 'em if you can. The choice of goat or fish is up to you. You're in the fence house now, Zeppelin Man. You're in the fence house now. Well, I'll ask you once again, if you're a goat or if you're a fish. You're in the fence house now. Zeppelin Man, thank you for joining the streams of GoatVsFish. Can we get some celebration in the chat for Zeppelin Man? Zeppelin Man, it has taken Zeppelin Man a few verses to come around to Goat versus Fish. But Zeppelin Man is here now. It can be a bit fancy. It can be a bit fancy, some verses, but Zeppelin Man... Well, let's give Zeppelin Man a celebration. Celebration for the fence. Celebration for the fence. Celebration for the fence!
Don't bring those up there, Sam. Lower the other ones, Sam.
Goat and Fish who are lurking in the chat or whatever the verse is, please follow Goat versus Fish. And please follow Goat versus Fish on other social media, Instagram, Twitterver, Book of Faces. Support Goat versus Fish however you wish.
I was just trying to make it work.
But the final fence sitter verse.
I'm trying to put something we have real quick.
I went home to my Goat versus Fish. What's the verse? This. I went home to my children, confessed what I'd done. Oh, and I asked them to ask me that question of one. And when they did ask me, as oft times before, I did promise to play the fence sitter no more. And it's no, they never go for a fish. No, they never no more will I play fence sitter. No, never. Fence sitters are people too. That is the fanciest thing we've ever heard. People are goat or fish. People are goat or fish. Everything is goat or fish. Fence sitters are people. No, fence sitters are goat or fish, and people are goat or fish. You might as well have said a fence is a fence is a fence is a fence. Just when you thought you knew the verses. Some verses we have. Some verses we celebrate the fence sitter.
But can't one claim unification?
Well, you can claim whatever you wish, but one cannot. But what unification? What is it? It's the coming together of a goat and a fish. So how can you do it yourself? How could one be a unification of a goat and a fish yourself? Unification, Moonman Goat. You must find a fish. You must find a fish to form with the unification of goatfish. Moonman has learned a valuable verse.
Yes. Left me speechless.
Okay, for real bedtime. Thanks for the funds. Okay, Zeppelin Man. But if you really want to stay in the stream, we could show you that cicada again and ask if it's goat or fish. Tempting verses. Rent Stallion claims unification. Well, look, we've had a bit of a fancy verses, and it's pre-WillyTown Fest celebration. Actually, the verses of Goat and Fish is coming soon, on September 9th. On September 9th, you can be both a goat and a fish. And that's the first verses of WillyTown Fest. Genesis Floods, I'm out. Long dark eyes won't stay open. Genesis Floods, rest well. You have lots of scammers to call tomorrow, and they would be very disappointed if you did not totally interrupt their fenciness. So make some noise for Genesis Floods. Let's shout out Genesis Floods. One final verses for all of their contributions to Goat versus Fish. Dr. LeVay. Goat. Sweet verses. Can anyone in chat exclamation SO space Genesis underscore floods? We know that you already know to do it, but we're just saying to do it anyway because Shink! Triples underscore celebration! Dr. Levy, times 5 verses. What can we, what, is it a true verse? 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s from Dr. Levy the goat. Make some noise for the goat. Make some noise for the goat. Make some noise for Dr. Levy the goat. Dr. Levy the goat with the mighty verse. Be goat. Oh, Dr. Levy says be goat. You want the song of be goat? Do you want the be goat song? We could sing the be goat song. Go follow Genesis Floods. Fence-spot might be being fancy, so just go follow Genesis Floods. Ooh, GoatVsFish. We learned a new verse. It may sound like the previous verse, but now we can do it in another verses. Do you be? Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Do you be? Do you be goat? 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 Goat, do be goat, and fish, do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Do you be 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 fish? Because goat do be goat and fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Doobie 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 goat. Or doobie fish, or doobie goat, doobie fish, because goat, doobie goat, and fish, doobie fish. Goat, doobie goat, and fish, doobie fish. Goat, doobie goat, and fish, doobie fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Well, goat versus fish, first up to me and said, what kind of goat or fish do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? Ooh, wrong verses. Do you be goat versus fish? Do you be goat or a fish? And goat versus fish began to correct my verses. There is no right or wrong. There is only this song that asks if you do be goat or a fish. Wanna temper tuna fish, cool fans. Jack chillin' do be slow sometime, Dr. Levy. I'm so drunk. It's fencing awesome. I once met a goat, a drunken goat named Dr. Levy. I once met a drunken goat named Dr. Levy. Gifted 5 subs and they had this to say. They said, be that goat. Dr. Levy said, be the goat and fuck the fence. Be the goat, fuck the fence, said Dr. Levy goat. That's a mighty verses. That's a nice little verses there. Dr. LeVay, nice verses. Be the goat, be the fish, and fuck the fence. Healthy fenciness. It's just a little fence sitters. It's just a bit of fence. It's just a bit. What goat versus fish is just fencing around. Just fencing around at WillyTown. The goat versus fish didn't say this. This was totally Dr. LeVay, the goat, said this. According to Dr. LeVay, the verses go like this. Fuck the fence, 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 fuck the fence. Oh, fuck the fence, fuck the fence, fuck the fence, fuck the fence. Goat do be goat and fish do be fish, fuck the fence. A fence sitter on its fence, it did squeak, and then off the stage of WillyTown it did sneak. Oh, fuck the fence. Ah! We spent 15 hours looking for that fence. Fence to be fence, goat to be goat, and fish to be fish. It's all versing around sounds to WillyTown. Just fencing around. But also you give up. Don't give up on goat versus fish! Dr. LeVay with 5 gifted subs! I'll sing you a song of the goat and the fish. Way blow the fence down. The goat versus fish is the mightiest around. Oh, give us some verse to blow the fence down. Silka March with 100 bits. Welcome to the pre-Glowstick Willy. Welcome to the pre-WillyTown Fest. Welcome to the pre-WillyTown Fest celebration! Exclamation WillyTown. Remember to watch Glowstick Willy and Goat vs. Fish. Well, Goat said to Fish, well, I've had quite enough. Way blow the fence down. I'm going to wait on the land and stuff. Go give us some verse to blow the fence down. So Captain, this goat didn't go out to sea. Way blow the fence down. I'll wait on the shore and have fish come to me. Oh, give us some verse to blow the fence down. What happened next in the verses? Come on, chat, what happened next? What happened next in the verses? And suddenly there was a wall of fish. Way blow the fence down. They came to verses, the goat as they wished. Oh, give us some verse to blow the fence down. But out from the shipwreck was something that floats way below the fence down. Along came out crawling an army of boats. Oh, give us some verse to blow the fence down. Oh, Captain Goat looked up at the fish. Way blow the fence down. Goat and fish said we might have to go together on this. Oh, give us some verse to blow the fence fence down. So go out and fish with the unity way, blow the fence down. Goat said, I'm for you, and fish said, you're for me. Oh, give us some mirth to blow the fence down. The goat and the fish, how they joined as one way, blow the fence down. And that fancy old boat, as soon as it started, it was done. Oh, give us some mirth to blow the fence down. It's the GoatVsFish special, GoatVsFish special. Shine your verses on me. It's that GoatVsFish special, it's the GoatVsFish. It's the GoatVsFish, it's the GoatVsFish special. Shine your verses on me, There's the GoatVsFish, 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 special, GoatVsFish special, GoatVsFish special, GoatVsFish special. Shine your verses on me. GoatVsFish special. Shine your verse and verse on me. GoatVsFish special. Shine your verses on me. There's the GoatVsFish special. Shine your verse and verse on me. Well, the boat came out of fencing. So the goat and the fish, well, they said to one another, well, we're both in this. So the goat took its horns, and the fish grabbed with fins, and they turned about again, and created a spin. Well, it's the GoatVsFish special. Shine your verses on me. It's that GoatVsFish special. Shine your verse and verse on me. When it's the GoatVsFish special. Shine your verses on me. Well, it's the GoatVsFish special. Shine your verse and verse on me. Well, the goat, it was a captain, and the fisher was a crew. And the goats are to the fish. Well, I'm the master of you, but the fish are to the goat. Well, if we were not here, you'd be going out to sea, but you couldn't well steer. It's the GoatVsFish special. Shine your verses on me. Well, it's the GoatVsFish special. Shine your verse and verse on me. Well, it's that GoatVsFish special. Shine your verses on me. There's a GoatVsFish. Here's a GoatVsFish special. Shine your verse and verse on me. Well, the crew fish said, the crew of fish said to goat, we're a telling you it's true. You need the fish to guide you on the ocean so blue. The goats are to the fish. Well, I suppose that is true. But if it weren't for the captain, you wouldn't know what to do. It's a GoatVsFish special. Shine your verses on me. Shine your verses on Baby's Rage and on Yak's Chilean. Shine your verses on Ranch Stallion and the Frosted Flakes. We want a true GoatVsFish. We don't want no fakes, it's the GoatVsFish special. Here's that goldfish. Shiny every verse on me, and it's that GoatVsFish special. Shiny verses on me. It's the GoatVsFish special. Shiny every verse on me. Goldfish. It's the goatfish. What happened to Ralph the fish? It went to FenceMart a million verses ago.
When's the last time you were in Fencing Mart?
FenceMart, it is a large place.
Long time.
FenceMart.
Shop Smart. I think that's
Who knocked? Hello. GoatVsFish does that versus, that stand-up comedy versus. We do it like GoatVsFish. I heard that you like jokes, and they go ah ha ha. And then GoatVsFish says, and now the knock jokes of GoatVsFish. Let's do the knock jokes of GoatVsFish with Glass Moon Man, starring Glass Moon Man. Knock.
Who's there?
Goat versus fish.
Saw that one coming. Yeah.
That's the whole verses. And now, the second knock joke of goat versus fish. Knock.
Who's there?
Are you goat or fish?
Oh man. Goat.
Celebration for goat! Celebration for goat! That's the whole verses.
Mighty verse.
It's a mighty verses. It's the mighty knock jokes of goat versus fish. There is another verses. There's another verses. It goes knocks.
Who's there?
Who is goat versus fish? What is goat versus fish? Why is goat versus fish? These are false questions. The one true question is, are you goat or are you fish?
Team Goat.
Celebration for goat! It's a variation on the previous verses. It's a fine verses.
Fine.
We've got goat, we've got goats, we've got... Dolly Cophallus with many goats. Yax chillin' is like, lol, baby's rage says it's a mighty verse. We've got goats licking. Yax chillin'. We like how you are just chillin' in the verse. Ralph is probably writing a police statement after witnessing a wall brawl. Witnessing? Well, I knew a fish named Ralph Mouth. Some thought that it was from a way down south, but actually it's from a Marion Midwestern town. Well, he picked up a couple of sticks, and they banged them together like this. When we caught Ralph in the FenceMart way downtown. Ralph's in the FenceMart now. Ralph's in the FenceMart now. Ooh, do we have radiation? Radiation detection? Radiation of 12, celebration, heavy radiation from Wizard V. Wizard V, make some noise for Wizard V. Fish is a pal, fish is a pal. Make some noise for fish, make some noise for fish. Make some noise for goat. It's a radiation of Wizard V celebration. Radiation of Wizard V. Are you goat or are you fish? Wizard V, are you goat or fish? Wizard V. Let's Wizard V celebration. Sasha Lopez, radiation. Yaks chillin', woot. Let's get a goat versus fish poll. Let's get a poll going in the chat now. Wizard V has rated goat versus fish, and we need to give them the full verses. Full verses. But where was fish? Fish is at the Fence Mart now. Ralph Mouth Fish is at the Fence Mart now. Well, I asked them once or twice, are you a goat or a fish? And I asked real nice. They're in the Fence Mart now. Welcome to Wizard V. Wizard V. Well, I knew a chatter named Sasha Lopez 11. Thought he was sent here straight up from heaven. They thought they'd follow gold versus fish. But there's a one verse you gotta know well. There ain't no heaven and there ain't no hell. The only verse we've got is golden fish. Thanks for following goat versus fish. And there's a poll live now. Well, go and refresh your streams and vote whichever way is best it seems. There's a poll live now. Will the Willy Fest be broadcast live? Baby's Rage with the question. We will say it once and we'll say it again. Glass Moon Man, you have some experience in this verses. Will WillyTown Fest be broadcast live?
All the Glow Stick Willy sets will be broadcast on their channel, and then all the other streamers will broadcast to their channels. So that's the best answer I can give you for that versus. We'll figure out a way. I'll figure out a way to get a schedule posted so everybody knows, even if I have to use my stream for that. But we'll figure out something.
Shout out Glass Moon Man. Why? Because they said that maybe the schedule will be on Glass Moon Man, so you should know. Follow Glass Moon Man. Matt Suarez Music. Roxy Gun Project. The Uncle Joe Show. Daniel Decay. Glow Stick Willy. Goat versus Fish. You'll see them all at WillyTown Fest. You'll see them all at Doug Wimbish. Dylan Cottle. Crimson Riot. It's an amazing versus.
WillyTown's webpage has on there too.
You can go to WillyTown Fest. Go to WillyTown Fest and find all the verses. We've got goat with 6, fish with 7. Are you goat or fish? We've got goat with 6, fish with 7, fence with 1, fence with 1. Wizard V, how was your stream, Wizard V? Tell us of the stream, Wizard V. Have fun, my goat fish dude. It has been a long versus, crashing out. Celebration, Wizard V, celebration. Consider following Glowstick Willy, exclamation GSW. 17-hour verses? 17-hour streams? Wow, perhaps this is a warning to goat versus fish to stop the verses eventually. Wizard B, thank you for rating goat versus fish. You are wise to do so, and it is a celebration. Shout out Wizard B. Go give Wizard B that follow. Some say goat versus fish is a wizard. 17 hours of Wizard B. And then rating goat versus fish. What a powerful versus. That's Wizard V was like, you know what? I'm 17 after 70 hours of streaming. You know what I really need? I need some goat versus fish. Just to take the fence off. And here we are. We are here for you, Wizard V. We are here for you. Oh yes, Fence-bot is not versing. Fence-bot's not versing. But if you're a mod, we believe you can post links, so you could just post the verses. You could post like Wizard V. But also, look, you on Twitch. You are wise, goat and fish. Click on Wizard V and go follow Wizard V. Just go and do it in the verses. You can do it yourself. We are shouting out Wizard V. Wizard V! Follow Wizard V! Go to twitch.tv/Wizard V and follow Wizard V! You can just... what happened to the poll? What happened in the poll? The poll... Twitch is being fenced with goat versus fish. We cannot see the poll. What happened? Ooh, nice verses. Drew drawn with the verses. Yes, chillin'. I missed everything. Well, not everything. You didn't miss goat versus fish. Love to you, Wizard V. Love to you. 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 Glass Moon Man, how many hours is it now? How many hours is it? What? Like, yes, that one. Glass Moon Man is an awesome go. 10:56. Early verses for Stick Willy Glow. Early verses. The verses has just begun. Now we have to keep being goat versus fish just so Ralph the fish can come here and be like, it's still goat versus fish? Yes. Amazing verse. Bits 169 bits from Lemmy Wings for the fish. Bits for the fish, 169 for fish, 169 for fish. Fish, 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 fish. Fish! 169 more fish! Poisson Red Stallion. Celebration. I like South Park too. 38 goat. Goat won the poll with 38 goat and 29 fish. Celebration. Lemmy Winks. With the bits. 11 for the fence. Well, celebration. Celebration. Listen, all of you who were here from Wizard V, shout out Glow Stick Willy, exclamation GSW, everyone who follows Goat vs Fish now from Wizard V, go and follow Glow Stick Willy, go and follow Glow Stick Willy! Are you a goat or to the goat! Celebration for goat! It's still goat versus fish! Would you expect any versus less? Would you expect any versus less? Voodoo Goat got back from before Ralph Mouth the Fish. I'm glad they freed Goat vs. Fish to do the opening Festiverses. Not just the opening Festiverses, to be the master of celebrations of the whole verses. Goat vs. Fish is pretty cool. Y'all should check them out. So yes, follow Goat vs. Fish and follow Glowstick Willy for WillyTown Fest. Ben Smart must be upstream in both directions. Frosted Flakes. Look. It's Misled Buddha the Goat. Oh, Puzzler 3 euros says follow. Yes, please follow Goat vs. Fish and follow Glowstick Willy and watch the streams forever.
Do not put those on. Do not. Warm balls. Don't do it. Sure.
Wow. Goat teasing goat. Goat teasing goat.
Oh, no, don't.
Goat is teasing goat. Well, the fence sitter stands on the fence.
Somebody said something about Twitch needed clips.
Which we do.
So I brought a clip.
We think they liked it.
That's the wrong clip? Twitch doesn't use those clips?
1 in the chamber, 32 in the clip. Been clipped. Wrench Stallion, did you actually clip that? That would be the best clip ever. Like it, we liked it. Like it, we liked it. Oh, Puzzler 3 euro, are you goat or fish? Will the after party be televised? Goat vs. Fish may go live during the after party. Perhaps Glowstick IRL. That is not a promise from a Goat vs. Fish, but it could be. We don't know. We just don't know. Ooh. That's the classic Goat vs. Fish versus. A simple. Versus fish versus goat versus fish versus goat versus fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Well, Goat vs. Fish can respond to you with a versus. Are like this extra bright, shiny verses there. It's creating out the beautiful, special kind of verse. Are you a goat or fish? 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 Goat or fish? Are you a 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 goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? That's the verses. Are you goat or fish? That's all verses. Take it away, Buddha Goat. Waters fish. So that's a versus. Ren Stallion, excellent verses. Ren Stallion celebration. Lol me too. So, you're apologizing to one another. I just started clapping. Yaxchilin celebration. Celebration. Good versus fish. Good versus
So you remember me telling you about the different variations of the G the other day? So try putting your ring finger up where your middle finger is. Yep. Put this finger where this finger is. Put your pinky back down on the very bottom string. Bottom string. Just a single bottom, yeah?
Yes.
It's a stretch. See how you're breaking your wrist? Look at how my thumb is. See how your thumb is back here?
Yes, yes.
Bring your thumb over top. Yeah. Let your wrist relax a little bit. Use your there you go. So
It's here.
that's the thing. So it's a hammer-on.
Okay, nice verses. Now you're done. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? This is like Buddha the goat teaching a valuable verses.
Red
Stallion.
Stallion.
Show them the verses. Show them the verses.
I don't. It has his real name on here.
Yeah, we can't put the real name.
Okay.
But Rich, we see the unification that you sent Moon Man.
Unification.
Cheeto!
Can you could download the verses and then show the verses.
I remember I had some.
So it's all about variations. Especially with bluegrass, you know, you got the.
I found some.
Still a G.
I forgot I put the off up there.
It's made more of like G7.
We know these verses.
Yep. So regular G.
But then you add these verses. Oh, nice variation. Yes. 7A.
Oh! Did you trip over it? Yeah.
Celebration! We're in the dark. Oh my God, we're in the dark. Did you get the cheer
Your
on?
fancy life, you would be headed for the serious strife. Now you make the scene all day, but tomorrow there'll be pence to pay. In the fancy life, you would be headed for the serious strife. Now you sit on the fence all day, and tomorrow there'll be pence to pay. Goat and fish, listen attentively. We mean about the future fence lamity. I used to think the idea was obsolete until I was asked if I was goat or a fish. In the fancy life, you would be headed for the serious strife. Now you make the scene all day, but tomorrow there'll be pence to pay. Together. In the fancy life, you would be headed for the serious strife. Now you make the scene all day, but tomorrow there'll be pence to pay. The fence is a place where eternally the arms are applied to the body. Fins are extruded and horns are ground and baked into cakes which are passed around.
Celebration!
Yes. Thank you, Miss Buddha, for the goat for these wise teachings.
Absolutely. I tried.
We would learn any verses.
I'm not a guitar player, but I'll try. To teach you a thing or two. Once upon a time, I was.
I got some fruit, some chicken, some pizza.
Fruit, some chicken, and some pizzas? Well, now speaking the language of the
Goat
goat.
versus fish. Time for verses.
Oh, Buddha.
Yeah.
How much D in that?
There's some flake.
Yeah, you want to flavor your food? Oh, wow.
This pizza is great.
Flavor right here.
Got some fish food.
Woo!
Where's that goat food?
Silka Marsh, where are you at? I figured you'd be here.
Yes, grapes and cherries celebration.
Let's see what all the verse is about. We've got Silka Marsh, we've got Yaks Chillin', Hi Bye. Thanks for being you guys.
Silka.
Welcome back. Silka Marsh. Miss Leduda has this to say to Silka Marsh.
Dilka, get your cheese bit.
Get your cheese bit. Ralph Mouth the Fish returns from Fence Mart. Did you get lost in the fence there? Some suspected that it was such a large fence you may have gotten lost.
There was
A whole fence made of socks. You wouldn't believe it.
Oh, my verses. Ah, yes,
We
the
got-
socks of goat versus fish.
We got tangled in the fence of socks.
Oh, no.
So many choices.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
How you gonna wear socks with those?
Goat versus fish, we have other verses.
Oh. Goat versus fish only has those verses.
Well, after Misled Buddha put bird versus bear in traction,
Oh, that's true.
Goat versus fish found these totally incidental footwear lying about, and we thought, well, we could attempt this.
Well, there you go.
We used it at Hookahsville. Oh, we needed it at Hookahsville to walk about.
Then you see the fish.
We needed it at Hookahsville to walk about.
Good plates and fitness.
Mm.
And then there's rotisserie chickens and fruit.
Rotisserie ferns. Wow.
It's not GM. It's not goat fish.
Why were you there?
It's the Reds.
Okay, chat. Let's say thank you, Ralph Mouthfish.
From my chef.
Thank you for bringing consumption.
Cat.
Dude, it was a good show though.
Chancho the goat,
How was it?
consuming,
No,
growing stronger in reverse.
This is probably the best show I've seen, man. It was a good show. Hookers always puts on a really good show. Like, you just have to give
What are you looking for?
Well, I guess
Oh, the
usually
hot
I'm at
sauce?
my booth- I used to be at my booth working, blowing glass, so there is that.
Cherries, dude. Cherries. Blueberries. Pizza. Chicken. Texas Pete. No, you ain't messing around.
While you were gone, the fence sitter here went missing for half an hour. We were looking all over for it.
Did you find him swimming?
Wait.
Moonman's butt.
Oh.
Ah, Misled Buddha with the classic verse.
Miss Fun Buddha with the classic.
It's up. Where's the fence? It's up your butt. Have you checked there? No one in chat. We are sort of disappointed that no one in chat said to goat versus fish. Have you checked up your butt?
Have you always up your ass lately? Have you ever run a base
I'm
through it?
disappointed in the chat.
That's what I really want to know.
Not even Zeppelin Man with that verses.
Not even Silka either?
Not even Silka Marsh. No one. No one.
Everyone wants to be asked.
Not even Wow Mom.
What the fuck is wrong with this? Fuck. I know there's a lot of these.
I'm not a terribly tough pond.
Enjoy the grubs. There's Tippy Twirls.
Let's see what text Pete's about.
Well, put some water.
You can just pretend that Ralph was kneeling to you instead of picking up fence. You deserve it, Tippy Twirls.
Oh, goddamn, he got blueberries. Got blueberries?
We got the California blueberries.
Blueberries. I'm a weakness.
We get Michigan blueberries or nothing. You ever had Michigan blueberry? DBF?
They're a bit like sour style versus.
Oh no.
No.
The sweetest,
Big
ripest
sweet.
berries.
Sweet.
Big
versus.
sweet.
And is that what we have here?
Oh yeah, North Bay berries, boy.
Let's find out.
Put some hot sauce on the blueberries.
Hmm.
Might be onto something though.
Some blues.
Not the blues, dude. Got the blues.
The blueberry.
Got the blues now. You got the greens later, if you know what I'm saying.
This like Buddha is just on verses
You got
tonight.
4 lights
I am on
rest
verses.
you.
Easy.
It's been a long day. Go for fish. Long couple days.
Put all 20
When you get tired some from verses, do you get a bit like giggle laugh about it sort of?
I kind of turned inappropriate. And not like in a bad way, you know, just like stupid butt jokes and yeah, poop jokes.
Ball jokes.
You know, like fart and dick jokes. They're always funny. Just there's a time and place for 'em. Right.
Do not
A good-
despair.
a
We
good
have
fart
the
joke
mature
can really
content filter
transcend
on. You can say fart and poo.
I said a good fart joke can truly transcend a barrier.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody farts, you know what I'm saying?
Mamma mia.
Kel circles. We've got everyone in chat. All 41 of you. We've come to that part of the stream where Kel Circle is saying pee pee poo poo and it's not even spam.
Look at that.
It's
Look
a
at that big
total
blueberry.
legitimate
Look at that big
versus.
blue. God damn.
Dude, don't forget about the cherry.
Oh yeah, cherries be slapping too.
Alpha
That's another.
Miguel.
It's another Michigan.
Michigan
Everybody
cherry,
do the Michigan fence.
Oh,
Goat versus fish, the Michigan.
Oh, I'm looking at your ass.
Late bloomer says like a fish. On one tempered tuna fish says fish don't fart. False verse is we have been with Ralph for over 30 million years and we can confirm it's true verses. Fish do fart.
You say do fish fart?
Do fish fart?
Do fish fart?
They fart in the same water you're drinking.
There it
How do you
is.
feel about that?
And they pee in there.
Hey,
too.
also fucking.
They fuck in that water too. Is that why it's so salty?
That's why they're disgusting.
That's why it's so salty.
Yeah, it is.
Slaps the bass. Where's J-Mo? The fence has been raised. The fence has been raised. Where's Shrimpy Mo?
He's on a mission.
Vince has a
across
lot of
state
missions
lines.
to do.
Mm.
Vince has a lot of missions to do before he gets back.
He's across the state fence.
You see, Shrimpy Mo had to get here very quickly so they could go back to where they came from even faster. It had to be done.
Oh yeah.
It had to be done.
I ain't gonna lie, Texas Pete kind of flat.
Texas Pete do be slapping, I'm telling
It's
you.
smoky, dude. It's smoky. It's got like.
For Chipotle.
Yeah. Look at Texas Pete. Oh, the wood-
Do you know Texas Pete?
No. Tell us about Texas Pete.
Put a little cheese in your hand
And?
and put some Texas Pete on the cheese.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's just a hot versus? Oh, of course. Of course. Okay.
Will you help out that? Wait, you gotta put.
For every
Oh, that's poppycock.
For every 100 bits, Goat versus Fish will do. We'll give you one free versus of Tejas Pete, and for every 100 bits within the next few verses, we will put on an extra versus of Yes I'm Pete and consume it. So if you wanted to be a hot versus for Goat versus Fish,
That's delicious.
let's see the bits now. If you want extra hot verses, the verses are yours. If you give
It's
1,000
not
bits,
10,000 bits will drink it all.
It's not even extra hot. It's just extra delicious. You know what I mean?
we still want to give them the verses to subject
Well,
Goat
I would
versus
give
Fish.
them the verses.
Oh, we shall.
I can drink this.
We are just making an offering that if they wish to enhance the verses even further, they may do
Yeah.
so now. But we will consume it. We will consume it.
The Texas Pete on a little piece of chicken.
As soon as we got it, we fucking.
Yes, let's put it on. Let's put it on that fence. Let's put it on that fence.
A little bit on this fence.
Yes, yes.
They can work in them.
That's why you play.
Oh yeah. I was starving, dude.
Don't smother it.
Little Pete.
We go get a twist. Oh, it's a liquidy Pete.
It is, dude, I'm telling you. I can drink that. That's fluid.
Not bad.
That's fluid.
Well, we all took showers, so.
So good. So tasty. Texas Pete.
It's equivalent to well, Shink underscore says we think. Let's see what Misled Buddha the goat says about this. Shinks underscore says it's equivalent to Frank's Red Hot.
No.
They're different. They're different, dude.
Double false.
Frank's is good. Don't
Frank's
get
is
me
good,
wrong.
but it's like the most kind of generic
Basic.
hot
It's
sauce.
basic,
Yeah.
dude. And that doesn't mean it's bad.
Texas Pete right here. Look, give me a little on the wing, dude. Give me a little on the wing.
He's a little quirky. He's a little quirky. Texas Pete's a little quirky. He's got a quirk.
Have you ever had Perry sauce or Perry?
Oh yes,
Perry?
Nando's Peri Peri.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Perry Perry. This kind of has like a Perry burn, no lemon,
Fluorescent red.
obviously, but that smoke Perry. You know what I mean?
Well, we are prepared to consume it now.
I had like 6 coolers.
We could not tempt them into giving us bits, but that's okay. We're going to enjoy the verse.
I remember 2 tables. Yeah, I had it on. Oh well.
I'm Texas Pete.
I guess the tweakers needed it more.
Oh, a little bit of a.
Tweakers be tweakers.
Just say when.
Give us a double verse. Okay.
Ooh.
Deep.
Hollow enough to put ice clear water.
Cool, clear water. Golden fish.
That's hot. First off, it's spicier than Frankfurt hot, for sure.
I don't know if it's spicier. It just has more flavor. There's more flavor.
Maybe not spicier, but it does linger a little longer. The spice lingers.
Tiffy twirls. That might be southern versus. Slaps the bass. Welcome back to Goat versus Fish.
Slap the bass.
Definitely a southern thing. If
Slap
it's-
the bass.
And Yaxchilon says, I got sweet sriracha miso. That's a whole other versus. Okay, let's consume it. Oh.
With their podcast too. Put mayo on the pizza in here that way.
Oh yeah. Put mayo on anything.
That's that fire.
Hmm.
Choncho, you ever make your own mayo?
It's a simple verse.
It is a simple verse. But it's good.
All you need is eggs and some oil.
Yep. In a mason jar.
You gotta whisk it slow.
Shake it up by.
You can use a fancy immersion blender if you got the money.
Are you eating goat or fish?
You don't want to blend it.
That's exactly the verses.
Well, it's not like you just
separate the.
We consume it so it becomes part of goat versus fish, so we can better comprehend it. Some verses you don't know if it's goat or fish until you consume it.
Slower.
I'm gonna make a pizza chicken fucking sandwich.
There you go.
Chicken pizza sandwich. What are you, high?
Yeah.
What are you? 12?
What are you, fucking high?
Dude, I put raviolis on a chicken patty sandwich one time and it was fire.
Chicken parm,
Yeah,
bud.
that's a
Chicken
Appreciation.
Farm vibe for sure.
That's poor man's chicken parm. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it right here.
I feel like a fucking
Fuck out of the way, Buddha. Come on.
Would you guys shut it? Trying to work over here. Where's Texas Pete?
Over there.
Trying to create a masterpiece. Come on now.
It's trying to create a masterpiece.
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 Master pleats. Pleats.
Pleats.
Pleats.
The master pleats.
Rotisserie chicken, fruit, a little bit of bread, a little bit of pizza, hot sauce.
Do you like hot sauce?
Please don't.
That's enough. That's not enough food for a human. Well, I'm goat versus fish, so maybe it is. Dragon Balls 325 says gluten-free versus. Tippy twirls. I will be back. Y'all consume. Since y'all can't. Since we can't share it. What false verse? Look, we share the verses. What you say?
I just need some hot sauce.
Have as much as you wish. What is stopping you? Just reach through and seize the purse. Ooh, clever. Clever Buddha goat.
Wonder how a bird versus bear would feel that we're eating a bird.
That's, hold on.
It probably doesn't
Or
care. It would be
anybody
like,
else
"Well, eat the
grabs that
bird. We
bottle,
don't even
made it a little
care."
greasy. I'm gonna wipe it off. Courtesy. Courtesy. Courtesy wipe.
Let me get a beat.
Time for goat versus fish to create a new versus.
New masterpiece.
Do that. Chicken with the pizza.
Well, you have yet to learn the power of goat versus fish. Observe versus. First versus. Roast fence. First versus you get some roast fence.
Too much food, it makes dick fall off. Well, what? The fingers are making a sandwich like this? You have two pieces.
Second versus. Maynos. Second versus Maynos. Third versus. Texas verse. Hot verse.
That's funny.
Before we even got to the hotel room, I'd already
Learn what have we here? What have we here? Plockman's original mild yellow verse stirred. Okay.
Yeah, it's starting to pick up.
Goat versus fish. Let's versus. Ah. Smile, you got verses. Ah.
We got a bunch of fruit up here too, Mason.
Could you please? We are a bit holding. We are a bit. We need to.
Is it not open?
We think it has to. You have to. Yes. It has a little fence about it first. Thank you, fish.
Picking up, rain's picking up.
Not mustard on that. Why, Jiff Yarka? The verses has only begun.
You know how long it's supposed to rain?
But that's not all. But that's not all. Goat versus fish has to try things that have never been tried before in order to determine if they're goat or fish. We do it so you don't have to. Well, Mom says not even Dijon's stone ground. Look, take it up with fish. Okay, goat? Take it up with fish. That is an abomination, Kel Circle. King QC says blueberries now. TV Twirls that said that food is a false verses. Reaction says I'm strong. Exclamation point WillyTown. Exclamation point WillyTown. Let's go to WillyTown. Let's go to WillyTown. Remind you of Bonsieville delicious chicken verses. Okay, so the verses continue. The verses continue. The verses continue. So you say, and now blueberries. Blueberry. 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 Okay, we have blueberry now. And then we'll have some Nabana.
I'd like sat in the chair and crumbled.
Then we'll add some Nabana. Let's add some Nabana.
Only pair of pants. It was my only pair of pants. Oh my God.
Nabana. King QC with 300 bits.
And I didn't bring a blanket, and he did, and he wouldn't share it with me.
This is bringing me so much joy. Celebration. Frosted Flakes, 300 bits from King QC.
And I was like shivering in the middle of the night.
Bananas, turkey, blueberry, mayonnaise, hot sauce, mustard. And we'll enjoy some honest fish.
And I was like, dude, Father, you are some kind of
So the verses thus far is chicks in, mayonnaise, hot sauce, mustard, blueberry, banana.
Wow.
And let's add some
Parmesan cheese.
cheesy sausage for verses.
Parmesan.
This is definitely a plate a goat can appreciate.
Oh,
Cheesy sausage.
I probably wouldn't be that bad. Parmesanian.
Well, where you have it? You have it?
There's some right there in that white thing.
Of course. Well, this is the hot verses, but we already have hot
Should be
verses.
some
We
right
do.
there.
Yes, we have it.
Back here and
Goat versus fish. Fish versus goat. A delicacy for you and me, a delicacy of fish and goat. Is it fish or goat? We'll have to eat it to know.
chicken leg or die.
A little bit of Dr. Pepper you can sprinkle in it over there.
Yes, I don't know how we'll do this.
No.
No.
No, that's a verse too far. That's a verse too far. Look, we're trying to enjoy this verses here.
No.
Although we have actually seen bird versus bear take chicken wing and put it in a beer because it says it's a beer, but it says it's like it's a bear. And then it puts them together, and then it's like that's and then it consumes it, and it's like bird versus bear don't care. It says the goat versus fish.
Bird versus bear fucked right off.
Yeah, you still on traction? Yeah.
He hasn't said a lot since he got fucking body slamming out of that.
Where's goat versus fish. Okay.
Oh man, that bus spray.
300 bits.
It's great.
Thank you for the 300 bits from a few verses ago.
I think just having it sitting here,
Tippy Twirl says 30,000. Yaks chilling with celebration.
just the smell of the deep.
King QC. Chèvre contre poisson with 300 bits.
It's like an extra 10.
Okay.
That sounded like a bear.
Tour de verse. Well, first we have to. This is supposed to be like all the delicious salads they have at Horner's Butcher Block. They look just like this. They're like, oh, it's a mustard style versus American versus.
Isn't that so silly? They have like 15 different kinds of salad. Oh, this is your ham salad, and this is your chicken salad, and your potato salad, and don't forget your other kind of potato salad. Don't forget your other kind of chicken salad.
Pasta salad.
There, broccoli salad. Like, I swear to God, you go to Horner's, there's like 3 giant clear glass cases full of just salads. And they look like that.
What about the spread? What about the spread? Ham spread. Especially on the spread. Cheese spread.
Reaction. Reaction.
Chancho. Deep deliberation.
Chancho. We can count on Chancho the goat to consume with us this delicious verses.
I gotta put some thought into it. You know, I gotta look at it. Probably because I can't see.
Roast fans, mayonnaise, mustard, hot sauce, nabana, and blueberry parmesan.
How is it?
Well, first, we are just getting your reaction to the concept of it.
Gourmet cooking on stage.
They could charge like $1,000 for that somewhere. I feel like somebody paid for it.
You bring this
How about you? 10,000 bits. We'll give it to you for 10,000 bits.
10,000 bits. I'm broke.
No.
10,000 bits.
Oh, I guess someone is someone else. Okay.
They probably do sell something like that in California. That's goddamn Los Angeles chicken salad.
Palate destroyer.
But feeling Minnesota, oh yeah.
I have to pass on that.
Oh.
No, thank you.
But as Brothers Wolf would say, I made it for you. But I made it for you.
I'm gonna have to rudely pass.
Be my goat and I'll be your vision.
Were you listening to Audioslave earlier while you were doing all this stuff? I heard you singing.
Goatfish versus till your dreams come true.
Let's be real. There you go.
Pomerello too.
Yeah, Audioslave's all over. You're gonna be that low anyways.
Great band. I realized Yeah. Yeah. Entire rage band for this one.
Stomp the foot, never stop. Kill Circle, how much does goat versus fish bench?
Yeah.
Bench.
There's so many.
You asking us how much we fence?
He had on like.
Kill Circle is like, oh, you're going to eat it. You need to learn a thing or two about plating.
Never.
You need to learn a thing or two about excellent premium content creation on Twitch. Study GoatVsFish, you can learn the verses. Yes, Chillin, thank you for joining the verses. We shall see you about.
And now, granted, like sometimes it can be off.
Let's verses.
But dude, what, like,
Let's versus.
Oh.
Okay.
Every freaking night. I mean, that guy.
GoatVsFish.
You know who's a dope ass singer? Dolly Parton.
Oh yeah.
Dolly Parton's fucking classic. Classic for sure.
GoatVsFish.
I haven't seen her, what she looks like.
Or her titties are only about 12 years old, so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're new.
Wait, hold on.
She got a boob job. She
Oh.
got a what? A boob job. Now, yeah. Spice the silicone up against the breastbone. Right?
Can I have a bite? Says.
One hand clap.
Truest Froggy.
You got it?
1 bit for 1 bite. Okay,
Mason, you got the one-handed clap?
here you go.
Chacha got it. Hey, up, boy, Gina. See, I knew you was a bass player.
got some
I knew
grabbers.
you was a bass player,
Got some
Tom.
grabbers.
Mason, you got it?
Give me the clamp.
Adam?
It's a fine verses. We think
One-handed clap, dude, is tough.
the Nabana is a fine verses. We think that the fence berries are the most offensive in this particular verses.
GoatVsFish. Can you one-handed clap?
Eat A for effort.
Where's the trash?
It's up against
That
the
motion right there.
LEDs.
That motion of the ones that clap is a fucking.
I'm basically using the handles on the LEDs as a
Tell me when I'm hot. Tell me when I'm hot.
straight right. Straight right.
Ah!
Come on, love what God gave you. He's got to go to our fish.
I'm feeling outshine.
Needs more hot sauce.
Outshine.
Needs more consumption by GoatVsFish. If you looked at that verses and you thought, I could never consume it, you are stronger than you know. You can consume it. So you are insinuation that the chest burster alien is fish. It is a Texas versus Tippy Twirl, Texas.
Oh shit, I got hella Pokemon around this area.
When we walk around the field.
No, there's a Pokestop down there. I'm going down there later.
Chaunch Goat, are you collecting fences again?
I'm collecting. Yeah, dude, that was called
Oh, if you go to the Sea of the Fish, will they have fish type?
I think yeah, if you go towards water, they have water type.
We can only hope. We can only hope. GoatVsFish. Oh, it's just you. It's just you. Remember to watch GoatVsFish and Glow Stick Willy. Amazing streams of WillyTown Fest. This one, here's a versus. Here's a versus. Listen, chat. Here's a totally awesome versus that you can do in your spare verse. If you have the Instagram or the Twitterver, We want you to make a verses that says like this. It says, celebration at GoatVsFish is MC of WillyTown Fest at Glowstick Willy. And then you can be like www.twitch.tv/glowstickwilly. Or GoatVsFish, whichever verses you wish. But you can be like, celebration, GoatVsFish is MC of WillyTown Fest.
See this?
They're in one of the coats.
Dylan Cottle's bus. She's coming for us.
Coming for Glowstick Willy, that's the verses.
That's Dylan Cottle's bus. She's coming for us.
Hell yeah. Nice.
Tables wrapped around like we wrapped.
Mine's not done yet.
If you make a verses that says GoatVsFish, celebration at GoatVsFish is MC of WillyTown Fest at Glowstick Willy. Twitch.tv/glowstickwilly.
Big cans on the front, right in the center.
So they can see the verses and they can see GoatVsFish master the celebrations. And then all the goat and fish will say to you, it's like, wow, you knew about that verses? You're so cool. Thank you for this information. Wow, I wish I was cool like you. I wish I promotion GoatVsFish and WillyTown Fest. I wish I knew that. Please tell me, how do I do it? Oh, I follow Glowstick Willy and GoatVsFish. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, wow, it's just useful verses.
Fucking bug on top of that ladder.
And then you can ask them if they're a goat or fish.
We got a bug.
Bet you won't put that grasshopper in your chicken salad, blueberry hot sauce.
I might get off the fence.
God
if you do
damn, that is a big grasshopper bug.
See this one guy.
See him on top of the ladder?
I might get off the fence if you do that. Put the on your sandwich. Don't fuck with him. Where is he?
He's on top of the ladder, on the very top.
It's on the fence?
It's over here. This side.
It's sitting on the fence.
That is a giant grasshopper.
Ooh, jumps right on top of his head.
Oh,
It's gonna scare him.
Oh, he's missing a leg, dude. Oh, yeah?
he's handicapped.
Hey, do not scare it
Not
about.
up there still. Shit.
Hold on,
Let us see.
hold on. Show GoatVsFish with the camera. Okay.
Oh, let's see it. Let me get it.
It's an Ohio grasshopper for you, folks.
do not harm it. Just show them about.
Look at this guy. He's got a little friend.
Chacha, show him how you do the one-handed clap.
What a beautiful creature that is.
Attenborough never does a one-hand clap.
Come here, bro. Oh, he's gone.
It was on the fence. It left. Maybe it chose goat or fish.
Did you not see him fly back in here?
Yeah.
Cirque did.
His poster. He was on there.
Don't climb the ladder, says Tippy Twirls.
Just whispering in his ear. One day you'll be a real boy, Eric.
Where the hell to go? He's just underneath me.
Oh, it's right there. It's right there.
Go step on it.
That's a different. No, that's Katie did. Yeah.
Here's the homie.
That's a Katie did.
Fence creatures. It's a fucking pizza, bro. Fence creatures. In the shadow of the choncho. In the shadow of the chonch.
Well, there's not going to be as many people in it. You see how crowded that front house was?
Oh yeah.
And then when Yager was in there, they had another guy sitting there, so it was all fucked up.
Should go back up the ladder and ask it. We think it's gone. But did that insect use its Amazon Prime membership to subscribe to GoatVsFish? Excellent question. We don't think it did, but that shouldn't stop you.
Oh no.
Use your Amazon Prime to subscribe to GoatVsFish.
If you want to grocery to do that, I can help you attach some lights.
Munchies, Tweety42 says, time to munch.
Yeah. We got all the hardware in the box.
Is there anything outside of the ground getting ruined?
I don't think so.
You know what I mean?
GoatVsFish.
Well, it's just like.
Those paper towels.
Some people are just able to move.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. I know it's getting ruined. Those inside of those cases that we left open to dry out.
GoatVsFish.
Let's drag those in the garage.
See, good thing I mentioned that.
Really fucking go talk about it.
Help Chacho get that case in the garage.
Water is
And then, hey, I got a cigarette pack with some weed in it, right on the corner of the toolbox. Grab that.
See, the stuff getting ruined.
All I heard is weed.
Go save the weed.
All we heard was perfectly legal tobacco.
CBD. Lots and lots of CBD.
It's all they have. It's all they had. Tweety 42 says Burger King wrong. Don't get fancy with us now. Burger King. Please. When those farm machines reap the tomato field, you don't think a few fence sitters get in there? Of course they do. Of course they do. Of course. Who's afraid of consuming a little fence? Who's afraid to consume the fence? Consume the fence, consume the fence. Who's afraid to consume the fence?
GoatVsFish, your door might be open to 10. I just realized.
Okay.
Go close your front door.
Yes, master.
We humbly accept this.
Come on, dude. All that hardware was in the
Oh. Consumption.
hardware, I think. Or the LED hardware.
They're like, okay, GoatVsFish, we've seen you consuming now. It's no longer fascination. Please stop.
Can you mute him a little bit there?
What?
Eric, you turn Buddha down. We don't
Turn
need to
him
hear
off.
You
Fucking with my microphone?
No, it's turning you down.
Ralph!
You might want to throw auto tunes on there, help him out a little bit.
Ralph!
We did charge the verses.
Where you at?
Give Buddha that art. No, that art.
I'll roll one and get my papers.
Who can make me art Kelly, bud? Yeah, that's why it's like, no.
Not in this day and age.
Did you see? Did you see the first guy came out saying that art Kelly?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Dude, have you ever heard that song of his called Real Talk?
Yeah.
It is fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah,
It
it's
is
like
It's like fucking like 10 minutes you just explaining everything.
Crack the fuck up every time.
Have you watched all the Trapped in the Closet videos?
Oh yeah. I have not in a long time.
1
but
through
yeah.
23.
Real talk.
What?
It wasn't real. It wasn't real at all.
Yeah, real talk 1 through 23.
And I pull out my gun.
Oh my god, it's a midget! Look, she made a pie, but he's allergic to cherry.
The fucking third episode of the fourth episode of Trapped in the
Please tell me
Closet.
you've seen that.
Oh my god.
All of them, the 1 through 23? Okay.
Around the third or fourth episode, I think it's only for one episode, he sings the bleep for the cuss words and it's fucking so funny.
Self-censorship.
It's the only one he bleeped in.
And,
He sung everyone.
It is hilarious.
That's funny though.
He got the package! Oh no! He got the package.
Celebration! Celebration. Now, shall we have to hammer in some fence posts?
I don't see any reason to. It's not windy.
As you wish. Celebration. That's what they all say. Do you have them?
Yeah.
You do. We should like to have them just Just in the verses that we need them.
Blow stages.
Yeah, have it all back.
Cops came out here last night.
The sheriff.
They're just trying to see what's up.
Who's afraid of a brother wolf?
Brother Wolf is afraid of
Only if you knew. GoatVsFish.
Only if you knew.
We've seen Brother Wolf in
many compromising situations.
many compromising situations.
Oh man.
Have you ever seen anybody eat a picnic table?
Eat the whole fence?
No, just somebody tell him that he has food in front of him, and instead of eating the pizza,
Eat their way
he
through.
smashes his head on the picnic table and starts chomping on wood.
Is he a goat?
You really need fiber.
Brother Wolf is a wolf.
That was a Brother Wolf woman.
But it can't be a wolf.
And at risk of sounding fence, why? Why would it do such a fancy thing?
Many reasons.
Too many reasons at once, probably. A little too much too fast.
Was it trying to be like, I'm so impressive, look at me?
No, I think he was more
He said, Wolf,
like
act normal.
"Ah," in his head, and that came out physically as well, except for without the actual like
It
speaking.
manifested itself in reality.
I mean, I literally saw this guy eat a picnic table, fall down to his knees, and try to stare through our souls begging for help.
Infinite skyline, nice verses, celebration for highlighted verses.
Sounds pretty fancy.
I mean, he's been in a lot of fence situations. I'll tell you that.
Slaps the bass 434, sup Buddha?
Slaps the bass.
Not best to box it.
Drew John just got here. Eat a picnic table?
Right, I'm saying, Drew John.
I got one.
He got done playing our set.
I didn't mean to get.
They're like, "Do you guys know this Brother Wolf guy? He's in really bad shape, and they're about to take him to the medics." I'm like, "Oh, let's go check him out and see if he's okay."
He's not okay.
He was not okay, and the medics' only advice was, eat something.
You guys ready for me to take the bath? I think we're gonna give him a little while.
He ate something, all right. He ate a goddamn picnic table.
Oh my God, Eric, this thing slid right in. I can't believe it.
Ah! There's no denying it, Ralph is sitting on the fence.
Yep.
That fine job like surgeon.
It won't don't despair, it won't last long, it won't last long. No, that's not Fancy Mo, that is Fancy Ralph. A rare verses.
Super rare.
That thing.
We'll leave the seat.
GoatVsFish, do you like water of the fish?
We do.
There's some strong water of the fish in that mason jar.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
Is it going to like shine a verses on me?
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah.
Let's look at some pure Indiana fish sea. Fresh verses, fresh verses. It's just the sea of the fish,
Just see the fish.
but it's special sea of the fish.
Yes. It's just strong current.
Strong current.
Strong current.
Celebrations Force
We
20.
used to go there and get wasted on Nip's dad's moonshine.
We're having a bit of a versus here.
It's not a true
Two boats,
versus
two boats.
unless
No,
it's
no, 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 no! Ah! Double the verse! No!
3,000 pounds. Yeah.
We used to go over to Nip's parents' house like all the time. His dad would always come home with moonshine.
And we'll wash it down with the sea of the fish.
Why? His dad would get pissed because we was slammed.
Celebration, celebration!
Yes! Celebration! Touchdown!
Mason, grab this. We're gonna flip it upside down.
Whichever way you're going. Yep. Right there.
One more time.
Strong versus. Strong current.
A bit salty. Like that must be sea
That
fish.
special corn gas they make here in
Yes,
the
yeah.
Midwest?
You run out of gas.
That Midwestern corn gas?
Ethanol. No.
A mile for every tablespoon if you put it in your
We
tank.
see if we got another pen that's not beef.
Now you.
Okay. I'm gonna show you how we do it here. Ready?
No, we're not ready at all. Okay, now we are. Buddha showing us how it's done.
Cannonball.
Notice the non-exhalation, and now. Wow.
Even the boys.
Well, listen, goat versus fish.
Win in Rome. Win in Rome, go
Please,
fish.
please.
Hold on. Freshie.
They're in that other box.
This one's
over
beef.
there,
You don't
gray
want
box,
that.
yeah.
All right.
Shine your verses on me.
Oh, there's plug already flew in this.
Well, what? That's just part of the verses, isn't it?
It is part of the verses.
Oh, look at. Oh no! A little fence flew in it.
All right. Oh, fair game. Play on. Play on.
Here comes the verse.
All right, Chonch, are you in on one of these
I think I will need a
cannonballs?
little hammer.
Let's do road cannonballs.
Let's see if we can't get Buddha in the verse there. Okay.
I'll come
What do you do with that hammer?
We need Buddha to inspection to see if it's a true verse.
What was that?
Ranch,
9/16.
No,
Hammer?
Yeah.
Yes, you see, you are
That hammer I
here,
gave you earlier?
even if you.
Throw that back in.
There we are.
I don't know right offhand.
There's the verse.
Yeah, no, I know that. I'm looking for another verse.
For another verse is, well, we just have to proceed without Buddha the goat to guide us. We have learned everything we can
You
learn.
wait your horses.
Wait, horses. What's a horse?
I know where another one is.
Chancho the goat does some climbing.
The hammer.
Chancho the
I
goat
got
does
one
some
here.
climbing.
Oh, it's right here.
It's all good. I don't need it now. Improv.
Improvisation.
One case. Here's a freaking hammer.
I don't need it.
Maybe that should be,
Put it somewhere
take a
where we'll
hit,
be able to
take a
find it.
drink, exhale, and swing.
You gonna show GoatVsFish how to play stomp?
Yeah. Oh, we could.
Listen, can we do this verses and then we can do that verses?
Sure. Let's do it.
So like, and then you do it like a hammerhead shark, and then you do it.
Well, he hasn't either. We're supposed to do this.
Goat
Cannonball.
versus fish.
Cannonball! Don't you exhale.
Watching that nose. Concentration.
Hey! Celebration.
We get it.
Goat versus.
Go versus.
It wasn't honest.
Oh, hold on. You got a bug on your back. There he goes.
We won't have too much overhang. Split the difference. It should look like this. Yeah. Yeah, and it's not hanging on the cleat. And that's good. Those legs will be kind of tucked off.
The brave fence sitter.
Yay!
Celebration! Head on down to WillyTown. Head on down to WillyTown. Well, if you're a goat and a fish and you like to find verses, head on down to WillyTown. If you're a goat or a fish and you want to find verses, head on down to WillyTown. See Buddha the goat on a thump in his base, and Shrimpy Mo getting in your face, and Ralph Malvo banging on the drum, and you just sitting there humming and humming and humming and humming and humming and humming, and come on down to WillyTown. See goat versus fish, just the verses around. Come on down to Willy's Town first.
Rough, my windows are rolled up, right? Record it.
Clip it, clip it, clip it.
That was a good clip. That was a
Clip
good
it, clip it now.
Somebody!
Clip it now, the whole verses.
That red key?
Clip that verses. We mean you. We mean you specifically in the chat.
It's around
Clip
here.
that verse.
Keep your eyes peeled for it. It's got the big.
Now listen.
on it.
Now, is it just Goat versus Fish, or is every stream of Goat versus Fish just more epic than the previous verses? Head on down to WillyTown. The whole verses, Drew John, the whole verses. What? Stop the damn fence.
Stop the damn fence.
Hello!
Head on down to WillyTown.
Where is it? I want to see it.
Well, I made.
You can watch Ralph the Fish cleaning up on a pizza box in WillyTown.
I'm about to put these legs on, so
Oh,
watch when you're walking. You'll fuck your toes all up.
Okay. You can get your foot run over by a bat. Celebration for Helgen Eternal, who follows Goat versus Fish. Jeff Yarka. It is true of Goat versus Fish. It is true of Goat versus Fish.
We're putting all legs in
It
now.
is true of Goat versus Fish. It's true of Goat versus Fish. We have said this. Remember the verses. Goat versus Fish took 2 Johnsons at once. Goat versus Fish took 2 Johnsons at once. Flipped it and discard. Drew John! This is why you are Drew John. Shout out Drew John. Now, misled Buddha Goat. Now that was delicious Sea of the Fish. But do you have some other type Sea of the Fish that we could consume? We are consuming a lot of verses, and Goat versus Fish just wants to drink of the fresh Sea of the Fish.
Some whale Sea of the Fish.
Oh, well, there's always, well.
When whales get all excited, they collect this stuff from them, and they put it in our sandwiches.
Add some fresh water in the cooler down there.
Is this some sort of fancuendo for this whale versus you're speaking of? It's sort of you jiggle it about and it goes up and up and larger.
Stretch you in between these.
Yes.
I got one of the pans fucked up.
Wow, Goat versus Fish could use a versus like that. We want to be everywhere at all verses, so why not stretch out Goat versus Fish?
Yeah, until about 3 in the morning it's gonna crank down.
Well, misled Buddha Goat. If you want to know about verses like this, Goat versus Fish has done a verses. If you want to make that in your WillyTown, Goat versus Fish has done a verses called Freak Show. And on the verses of the Freak Show, there was one. It called itself a clown. It was a goat. And it would do its verses, and what it would do, it would take like a little fence gun. And at the end of its verses, it would go about, and it would go out into the verses. And anyone who was there, they would say, put your dollar bits on me, put your dollar bits upon me. And if they put their dollar bits, then it would take the staple fence and staple it into its own verses.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen the clown do it, but I've seen a guy at the gathering do it. You know, there's people do a lot of things for money. I mean, you got $1 what? So.
Yes. Some even say that when it comes to earning bits for let us say earning bits for harming oneself in some verses, that Goat versus Fish heard that this is, of course, goat versus fish. This is not an accusation. Goat versus fish heard that you and bird versus bear had some sort of side verses for bits, and you split the bits of the goat with the bird versus bear. That did what some are saying. It's not goat versus fish. Some are saying that the bird versus bear and Buddha, that it was a false verses, that it was all just a false verses for bits.
Oh no, it's a pure verses. I mean, you got to think about it. You want to put a guy through a table. You can put a guy through the table, or you can get paid to put a guy through the table. what's the false verses?
It sounds like you are being like extra true, double true verses.
Double true verses.
It's like, wow, it's so false, it's true again. Wow, you heard it. So, Buddha Goat, does this mean that you are saying that bird versus bear is a fish because you are a goat and you say it's a true verses? Are you accusation of bird versus bear being a fish?
Not at all. I'm accusing bird versus bear of being a... There's too many things to call bird versus bear. So I'm accusing bird versus bear of being merely himself, bird versus bear. And sometimes that's okay. Sometimes it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, bird versus bear just wasn't for us. And he had to go. He touched my base. He had to go.
That was the verses with goat versus fish. Oh, we know. We know we could ask goat about that verses. Oh, we know we could ask goat about that verses. But listen, this is...
What's the verses?
The verses, goat versus fish. Oh, it's just, well, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. We don't even remember the verses.
Why you let me get on camera looking like a mess?
Because we want to give them the real verses. It happened. This is now. The verses is now, goat.
Look,
you may show them the verses, you may not show them the verses, but this is the only verses.
It's hard to build a town in like 2 days.
Head on down
Williamstown.
to Williamstown, Berg, the Pennsylvania. Buddha goat. They said that you grabbed bird versus bear's chicken. They say you choked its chicken first.
I choked his chicken first? Whoa.
That's what we are hearing. They said.
Well, Eric, you want to bid on one of the ends and make sure it's cross-fitting through.
Gotta have one to choke first.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Inside of that,
Cut it, ship it, sip it, drip it. Show the universe that verses, and they will understand suddenly. I know what's important now. It's definitely goat versus fish. It's definitely WillyTown Fest. It's definitely WillyTown.
It's been a long day. This is what happens when I don't get sleep and I start getting like, a few drinks in me.
This is WillyTown Fest.
A lot of shit.
All right, yeah.
What are we doing?
We're putting it on the stand.
All right, 3, 2.
Sounds like shenanigans could happen at any moment.
Line up.
Nope. Hold on.
Watch as they carefully maneuver the fence. See how they support one another.
Still, yeah. Yeah, that's as close as it gets.
No, I think
we loosen some.
Yeah, I think we need to loosen this and maybe spin it around. Can we scoot it your way like an inch?
Yeah, you can scoot it my way. We're a little offset.
I need a wrench.
Oh, right there.
Oh, we need to go.
Yeah, we need to go back that way.
It's too small. 9/16, too small. Doesn't work. Get it out of here. Get it out of here.
Where's the tape measure? Oh, right there. We make this pretty simple.
Look how they go about trying to tame the fence, to make it a true verses. Precision verse. The fence tries to be fancy, but they have precision verses.
Yeah, we're gonna have
Eric, come here.
Tight verse.
Yeah, it's gotta come this way. Forward.
How far did you say this?
About half a foot, maybe a little less than half a foot.
Hold on.
We need to get holograms. So when y'all finish adjusting precisely, the maker is a good song. Ha ha ha, tippy twirls.
Get it somewhere comfy. Like
Shrimpy Mo isn't even here. Shrimpy Mo isn't even here.
You come my way just a smidge more.
A little bit more. There we go.
Cheeseburger, come on, cheeseburger. Good cheeseburger. Come on, no.
No, yeah. Hold on. I'm
One at a time, boys, one at a time.
Here, I'm in.
Now you're in.
There you go.
Look at them fans.
On the bottom, we can center that. How's that look down there?
Look at them fans.
Yeah, looks good. Go ahead and tighten up the bottom. Or no, not that. That won't fit.
I looked for that one down in the dark. And I was looking for the other folks there. This is what we need here. Come through, but if people can move it out, that way we approach that way.
Oh my.
Eric, wide, Eric.
Hey,
Celebration!
Yeah. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna be.
In the dark.
No, I think
Oh, going for distance now.
No, fence sitter, no. The fence is too high.
Oh!
I thought we had it.
Fence sitter, no, the fence is too high. Don't do it, fence sitter. Don't do it. Moonman, we have a new verses. If you wish to see, it is like the fence sitter is here. The fence, it is like. But look. No, don't do it, fence. The fence is too high. The fence is too high. No, don't sit on it. It's too high a fence. No, please, no, don't do it, fence sitter. No, you'll fall off the verses.
And there's really not rain.
Okay, wait. Okay, so here's the verses. Buddha is throwing verses to GoatVsFish.
Oh, whoa.
Not even close.
That one literally slipped down.
Not even close.
I don't see it's a sombrero and like.
Oh.
That was close.
We tried to verses that one.
All right.
We thought we'd try to, let the verses, bring the verses to you, as they say.
We almost had it.
One more verse. This one.
One more verse.
We would GoatVsFish will do this the whole verses if we must. This is a verses. This can be done.
Oh.
GoatVsFish.
Tip of it. Tip of the verse.
Tip of the verse. They're like, no, we can't waste these precious sweet things on throwing at GoatVsFish and missing.
Oh. All right, Eric, you ready?
The fence again. The fence again. The fence again.
About the same distance away from the stage.
So on a scale of fence to verses, how verses is this fence?
On a scale of fence to verses?
Yes, on a scale of fence to verses, how verses is this fence you have just
It is very versus fence.
It's very versus.
Yeah.
Mm.
It could hold a versus and a fence.
It seemed you had to struggle there with the fence a bit.
Oh, we just gotta get it just right. The fence has gotta look good. You can't look at the fence and it's falling apart.
No, you can't be like, oh, it's an old fence. No, must be a beautiful verse.
The light of the fish is gonna be hung on that fence.
Ah, we see. We
You need
see.
the fish tank lights.
Fish tank lights. That is what you have said. When you are banging upon your sticks, you are surrounded by the fish tank, and it is a lighty, brighty fish tank that you are in.
Yeah. My
Fish
whole
tank.
set fits on 2 of them.
We talked about this.
Fish tank, yes.
8x8.
Yeah.
What did I say it was? 8x16. This is 4x16.
Right.
And it should be more
Yeah,
than
but you
that.
did make me think about my math for a minute.
Right. I made you think about it.
We have a beautiful verse. Here is the artistic verse. Are you prepared for an artistic description? It is up to you.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm prepared.
So it is a verse is and it says fish tank, and it is sort of it is Ralph Mouth the fish, and it is like all of your skins and symbols, but it is also like a tank of destruction, and it's also like a fish tank. It's like a fish tank, and it's also like
It's like if
fish versus goat. It's like a powerful tank, but the tank is like what it is your fire the gong.
fueled by bucket of fish.
Fueled by buckets of fish.
Buckets of fish. Fueled by buckets.
That would be
it's
it.
like a fish spaceship almost. Fish tank spaceship hybrid.
Yes,
if
yes.
A fish could fly a saucer.
Wow. So you say space tank fish.
Space tank fish, yeah.
Wow, space tank fish. Runs on bucket of fish.
Yeah, fuck with that, goats. What do you got? A fucking field of grass or something? Boring shit. Look at the field of grass for a goat.
Now this is Buddha's going to have to step up his verses. Ralph Mouth the fish, with all of its technological occasions, is now a space bowl tank fish, hurtling through the verses. Wow, it's bright, it's shiny, and then it's like fire all verses. Reverberations. Bucket of fish, a sustained verses. How can you resist? Ah, goat, buckets of fish.
So many buckets of fish.
Yes. You wouldn't know anything about it, fence sitter. You just want to sit on that fence. That's all it can think about. It's like, oh, don't do it. It's too high. It's too high. It's too high for
You don't want
you.
to get that high on the fence.
You would fall off the verses and surely. Then what? Fence sitter got lost to this verses.
Listen to the emo music of the goat. Can you believe these guys? Growing cherry trees out here next year. Don't have any seeds. Think that's good? Level up and down. Almost. Just about.
That wasn't really jazzy.
But it's too heavy deck.
Goat. Come on, goat. Come on, goat. There's verses.
And I try to be flowy about my
Bubbles in the center.
Goat versus fish. You see how goes the verses?
Did I achieve that?
Every place is a new verse. We just spoke with Ralph Mouth the fish, and the fence sitter wanted to sit on the high fence. First time seeing the slapper on acoustic. Oh yes. Plays many verses.
But it could be just
versus let them work. Tiffy twirls, do not despair. Goat versus fish knows. They say, Tiffy twirls says let them work. Let them work. Okay. We will let them work.
Step and a half, step.
You got the chat harassing you?
They're like, let them work, goat versus fish. So we show them. You want to see them work? Here they are.
It says work, still. I mean, honestly.
So you got the safety cables for the zip line. Right. On the zip line on this one, Judy's gonna cut zip line on this one.
What are you trying to understand, Tiffy twirls? What are you trying to understand?
Tiffy twirls, crack!
Tiffy twirls says, I'm trying to understand.
What is your question, Tiffy twirls? Better yet, I have one for you. It's how you go to fish.
Who does a wise goat?
Same way I do it on bass, bud. Worm bass. I'm telling you, quit fucking with this 6-string bullshit. Tell them, Chad. Look. Cool, you can play guitar. Put your guitar skills on a bass. I will make you a mean bass player, Josh.
Ponder this verses. Why not slap the bass around a bit? Slap it around a few verses.
Why not slap the bass?
You are a goat. Versus the bass. Just for a verses.
I'm 100% down to play the bass, by the way. Like,
Fair verses.
Okay, so like, I told you you could even borrow. I have a bass key.
yeah, I know. And then we're here. But, like, when we get back. I was playing the Spectre and it was really loud.
I can't let you borrow that.
I know.
But I'll let you borrow Ibanez. It's got a fast neck.
Is it the blue one?
I need like a stand or actually I think I've got the thing that sorry buddy.
Laser light show, bro.
Laser fans. Want to find out if it's perfectly level. Laser fans. Goat versus Fish wants to versus some bass while we are here because Goat versus Fish has a 5-strings acoustic bass back in.
5 strings the same as a 4-string bass.
Fair verses. But we are saying we want to learn bass at all. We want you to teach us a basic bass slappings or pickings or whatever the verse.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you this. Find what makes you comfortable. A lot of people think I'm crazy because I use my thumb a lot. That's the way I play. And I switch up fingers or, slap, but I like being able to have that as my center point, and I can do different things to get different sounds. So if you want to play like this, you want to play like this, you want to play with a pick, whatever, find what makes you comfortable. Second most important thing, have fun with it. Don't get discouraged. It's the number one killer of any hopeful musician is they give it 3 days and then they're done. Hang it up, sell their guitar. No thank you. Music is a language. It takes time. You must learn the language.
Yes, you can sing too. Even you can sing. Beautiful verses.
Squeak it again.
And if not, it'll be like. And these clamps too, we think
Some verses ago,
It was in key, like Dorian.
we had pondered at one verses, Buddha Goat.
it's hard to see because the front lights are so bright.
We had pondered at one verses making a collaboration song of Goat versus Fish.
I'm sure we could do something like that sometime. Probably not this very evening.
Oh no, not this very verses. We are just pondering it. We have done so much together. But we are recalling now that was a pondering at one verses. That is what Goat versus Fish simply wishes to say.
Yeah,
Oh, and we thought that the squeaky fence verses was actually kind of a neat verse.
Squeaky jam. Alright, Chonch. So, good groove. I'll show you one quick little, one of my favorite little bass licks. So where were you? Okay, so know how you did that right there? That. Okay, so here's your, you know where your seventh is? So now, one of my favorite bass licks is have the root note here, right? Then 6 up to the 7. And then end on a flat 3. So like
Nice verses. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish.
14 spots, 14 clamps. So we clamp them all and plus those. But I'm not sure if it's like
The worst thing is like right here. It's like when you pull off on an open string. They're all kind of in key. So I'm doing like this.
We had a verses, but Chancho the goat was learning. We had a very clever verses. Goat versus fish had a totally clever verses, but Chancho the goat is learning now. They are learning now. It is a goat teaching a goat how to verses. The bass, but it's not really a bass, but it's sort of like you think of it like it's a bass. So misled Buddha is saying it's a bass. Even that is a bass. It's all bass to misled Buddha. Everything is a bass to misled Buddha. Have you noticed this?
Everything.
It's like, it's saying to goat, it's saying like, it's a bass. That's goat versus fish. Might we say this has been a beautiful versus.
Yes, it has.
And goat versus fish. Some verses when goat versus fish is streaming, such as this. Some verses, it feels like, we are not present in the verses because we are streaming the verses. But by the same verses that we have been streaming this whole verses, we think it has been such a special verses together, music vacations, and you have all this constructing verses and consumption and celebration.
Yes. Excellent verses. This is just day one. Many more verses to go.
WillyTown Fest! Exclamation WillyTown Fest!
Cut over here, hogging.
Exclamation WillyTown Fest! Well, actually, just exclamation WillyTown. Get on down to WillyTown.
That just brings you down into the neck. And it's a cool walk up to pretty there. Instead of just sliding down one string. You're progressing both ways.
We had another monitor road case. That's just calling up to Oh, I guess we could use these LED boxes. We just have to unpack them tomorrow. Those are a little bit taller. And we could stick the LED boxes in the center and split them between at least for the beams.
It's goat versus fish.
So we have 8.
Goat versus fish.
I also have my drum cases too.
We'll save that for next verses. We'll save it for next verses. Goat versus fish was thinking to ponder to clean up some of this. To clean up some of this fence. To clean up some of this fence. But goat versus fish has been quite celebration. And the verses such as cleaning such a fence would require the dedication, the true dedication of all of the verses of goat versus fish. And of course we would, with goat versus fish.
But you can use like this thing right here.
We'll get you, fence. We'll get you.
The best part about it,
We'll get you, fence. We will get you. We'll get you, fence. We'll get you, fence. Oh, goats, no. No, goats, no. Please, no, don't fall versus to the fence. Oh. There, we have you now. We have you now. We have you now. Don't tempt us. Don't tempt us with your fancy ways. Oh, goat versus fish, please. You can consolate. It's a delicious verses. Please, don't mind the fanciness. Don't mind the fanciness. But goat versus fish. But versus. But it's okay. There's already so many fences. Why not just a few more fences? It could be all the fences. Could be yours, goat versus fish, and you could have all the sealed fish you wish. You could have all the delicious sealed fish you wish. We took it from the land of the goat. We took it from the land of the goat. We took it from the land of the goat. We took it from the land of the goat. It did not come from the sea of the fish. We took it from the land of the goat. And we announce the delicious verses. Oh, yes. Tasty, refreshing verses. Clip that verses. That's a clippable verse. More than a clippable verse. That's a whole mega verse.
Plastic folding table stacked on rotation that we could build. For what? For lights.
GoatVsFish.
They had lights on the rotation and tables on top of that.
GoatVsFish. We know what we shall do next verses. We know what we shall do next verses. We've got the verse. We'll just have to get a larger fence too. We'll have to get a larger fence to contain the other fence. Pitiable. Very pitiable. Hey, those plastic water spouters are polluting the sea of the fish. We should use a reusable verses. Stress grad. That's what we've been versing about this whole verses. Stress grad. That's what we've been versing about this whole verses. I say that you encourage the ba da da now.
I brought the tie dye, but I don't know if we're gonna put it up. I kind of like the black.
Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish?
Well, you got a video wall going here too.
No,
It's gonna be a video wall.
Yeah, it's gonna be a piece that's kind of all over the place.
Ah, okay. That's cool.
It's not a, haha! They can't see it though. You have to reverse the verses. They cannot see it. They cannot witness it. You have to reverse. Triple verses. And GoatVsFish crushed 3 fences in a single verse.
Man, so much fresh water.
The rainforest.
And so, yes, and so GoatVsFish has been looking for somewhere to put these fences, is the basic verse.
Front of the stage.
At the front of the verses.
GoatVsFish.
To the front! Oh, Buddha Goat always pushing GoatVsFish out to the front of the stage. How could you always pushing us to the front of the stage? Oh no, GoatVsFish will never come to the front of the stage, never. Ha ha ha, that's a joke. That's a joke.
Starting to sound like a William Steele with his fancy jokes.
Oh, that one, oh please. We heard your conversation. It was like. So I haven't had the chance to look at what this verses is all about. So tell me, see, what's it?
And you know what I told him?
We heard. We did
said,
hear.
So you're either a goat or you're a fish. Well, I'm not. I'm a human. Then you're a fence sitter. Cool. Bam.
GoatVsFish.
You'll have to approach him tomorrow.
Of course. It was not prepared for GoatVsFish. It prefers to view GoatVsFish from afar.
Yeah, he's an interesting one. We would always mess with him and because he is that kind of interesting, the sorry to bother you kind. And so anytime we'd see him, we'd always tell everybody in the crowd that it's his birthday. We'd say it with the microphone like, Bill Steele's birthday, everybody! Go get this guy a drink, get this guy wasted. And everybody would start swarming him and hear, ah! And then he fell in love with us because of that. What really bonded it was we sang the Highwayman. I'm a highwayman, across the road deep and wide. Yeah. And Bill Steele, he came to our city and just out of the blue one day, we sat around and we played that song. He didn't think that we would know it, and he sat there and he sang the entire song. Ever since then, he's been one of our favorites.
Celebration.
Celebration.
Oh, we did have one final verses for you. We do know one thing about bass.
Okay.
We know one thing about bass, and that is misled Buddha Goat of Glowstick Willy. If we know one thing about bass, it's that Davy 504 says to never use a pick. Says pick is a false verses, says Davy 504.
Look, here's the thing I will say about that. I completely agree. If you're going to, for me, my favorite bass players are all fingerstyle. But if that is what you are going for, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're going for that just rock steady bass and clarity, and I mean there's a lot of old schoolers too that use a lot of Motown, had pick, but that's a different story. That was a different verses. That was a long verses ago.
There you have it. Misled Buddha the Goat. Glowstick Willy.
You know what?
The goat returns. The goat returns.
Don't ever let anybody tell you you're doing it wrong. Just maybe listen to what they have to say and see if you maybe want to change what you do. It's learning.
Davy 504 would say never pick. Never, it says. It would
Davey
mock this
504
goat.
picks his nose.
Wow. You heard it. Misled Buddha the Goat. Glowstick Willy. WillyTown Fest. Misled Buddha the Bass Slapping Goat. Says that Davy 504 picks its nose. Your versus Davy 504. Are you goat or are you fish? This is goat versus fish. 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 Your verse is Davy 504. Perhaps now is the verses that goat versus fish should declare verses on everyone and everything. Maybe we should be like, hey, it's goat versus fish. All YouTubers, are you goat or fish? Every YouTuber must be asked. Every YouTuber, every Twitter verser, every Twitcher must be asked, are you goat or fish? Goat versus fish must systematically go through every stream that has no viewers and ask them, are you goat or fish? Every versus.
I'm telling you, I think you should start making phone calls. I think you should just start dialing some customer service numbers, maybe some helplines. Just ask them. And see, because I tell you what, customer service sucks to work. Everybody just calls you because they're upset about something. Nobody calls customer service really to be like, oh, customer service, you guys were the best, and I just want to thank you so much for having a product actually work the way it should. No, they're calling because they're like, your fucking product sucks and I want a refund. I'm late and paying it anyhow. And like, if you lighten somebody's day, it's a simple question. Hey, you know what I mean? I hope you have a great day. Just got one question for you. Are you goat or fish?
There you have it. Well, that is a simple verse, and we think we should do this verse. But in epic verses, we have pondered that goat versus fish could actually Genesis Flood's collaboration. Goat versus fish calls thousands of scammers and asks them if they're goat or fish. Goat versus fish flooding.
That would be fun.
Call 1,000, and it's all just goat versus fish. Goat versus fish.
I like it. I might be a little afraid of that because if somebody were to look up GoatVsFish, that's going to come completely back on you.
But you do not deny it would be a powerful versus.
It would be a powerful versus. It would be a hilarious.
This guy right here.
They're coming for GoatVsFish. The scammers are coming. Some say GoatVsFish is a scam. Where's the?
Oh, I just put them up.
Oh, they are there. We have our own verses. We have our own verses. Yes.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Is it lined up?
He could say, well, I don't know how they got them verses. I didn't give them
That damn bird versus bear.
Let's get the tape out and just measure from the. So we're going to the center of the riser. I don't know if those are the same on the other side over there.
Well, fish frisbee, because they're both lined up on the track, and they look similar in where they land on the groove of the truck.
Oh, well, let's just measure from the center.
I gave you that.
You're already better.
Well, we centered
GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish is alive on the stage. GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish is now live on the stage. Some say bird versus bear is locked in a cage. Some say bird versus bear is all the rage. But don't read false verses, instead turn to another page. It is goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. It's goat versus fish, now live on your stage, and it's all the rage. Page 1. Are you a goat or a fish? Page 2. Are you a goat or a fish? Page 3. Are you a goat or a fish? Are you goat or a fish? 3, 2, 1. Goat versus fish is fun. GoatVsFish is a fun versus. We heard that. And so we sent it to you, and when GoatVsFish said GoatVsFish was fun, you said, wow, yes it is. So GoatVsFish comes from within you, and it's a fun verse. Some say GoatVsFish is a scam. Some say GoatVsFish is a sham. Some say GoatVsFish is just spam. But I am what I am. I am what I am. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish at WillyTown Fest. Did you think it was only in jest? And goat versus fish did ingest some extra spicy salty sea of the fish. Roast beast chicken with mayonnaise and mustard frications and Texas styles hot sauce. Bananas and fence berries too. What's the verses with you? We consume the whole verses. Cannons ball. Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Silkamar says lovely verses, celebration. X-Source Force says the band Clutch does not like the stage where there are levels for the musicians. What in offense does that even mean to goat versus fish? Infant Skyline 86 celebration, JC Funk Daddy Fish, Silka Marsh Goat. Reminds me of Star Trek's convention. Love the banter here, says Stevie Trails. I must see Goat. Is Bob there? Rob Boss? Rob Boss is here. Rob Boss is here. It is not here, but it's here. Shrimpy Mo is here. Shrimpy Mo is here. Shrimpy Mo is always here watching. I won't let you do it. I won't let you fence my shrimpy plans, goat versus fish. Never. You may be the MC of WillyTown Fest, but it's not about you. Goat versus fish, it's about red coin. Shrimpy Mo. Now let's rock and roll. Shrimpy. Infinite Skyline 86 says GoatVsFish. Shrimpy Mo's a radical dude. It's on Ravelry websites. It is? Wow. Please send a message to GoatVsFish. It's so cool you're still on. Yak's chillin'. It's still GoatVsFish. It's still GoatVsFish. How's it even versable? How's it even versable, please? Please send bits. Send subs. Send love. Send yourself to WillyTown Fest. Now. Or maybe take a versus, gather a few goat and fish, and then head on down to WillyTown. If you try to break into WillyTown Fest without proper verses, they will make you do hours of community services to WillyTown Fest. That's the verses. That's the verses. That is, goat versus fish. Yes, I'm John. Of course, yes, I'm John the goat.
We have 6 people drink, I think that's a good idea.
That's the verses.
So we can find creative ways to fuck with those other 6 more. And if we don't like them, we're fucking unplugged. Who cares?
We thought of a verse, important verse.
What's the important verse?
Well, we have heard you say, let us suppose, that someone tries to escape into WillyTown without proper verses.
Mistake.
We have heard that they would get many hours of community services to WillyTown Fest. And so Goat vs. Fish got to thinking, didn't Yes, I'm John the Goat break into your WillyTown verses to rescue Goat vs. Fish?
Oh, he did. He definitely did.
I'm wondering if maybe Yes, I'm John the Goat to repay verses to Goat vs. Fish and to WillyTown Fest could act and serve verses to Goat vs. Fish for the verses of WillyTown Fest in order for it to be in your verses.
Okay, so I'm John. We have a lot of things to discuss when you get here. We're having a courtroom built as we speak. Just know that.
But we need a gallows.
Just know that.
No, stock yet.
Questions of. Was Goat vs. Fish cut from the whole cloth, or did Goat vs. Fish intentionally send Shrimpy Mo a fancy shirt? That's one verses, but to enters WillyTown Fest without proper verses. That's a whole other verses. Yes, I'm John. Who's not here?
100-foot fire hose, cut half long way.
Punjabi Chole, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Tugger says Buddha. Sean Weinberg, Burger King, Jesus, please let's not call it WillyTown. It reminds me too much of my drunk's uncle. Let's call it Fingertown or Eartown. That would be a false verses. That would be a very false verses, Sean Weinberg. Sean Weinberg being very fence.
Sean Weinberg?
Sean Weinberg used to just make it about Goat vs. Fish, but now it is saying, Burger King Jesus, please let's not call it WillyTown.
What?
It reminds me too much of my drunk's uncle. Let's call it Fingertown or Eartown. It says...
Well, that reminds me too much of your ex-wife, Sean!
Yeah, see, like these have these are like slanted, they got more of a smooth angle.
Yeah.
And then these are right angled.
Sean Weinberg.
Do bass strings break like guitar strings do?
Not as often, well, depending. You know,
Sean Weinberg, your name isn't working for Goat vs. Fish. You should change it to Goat or Fish now.
That was 19 and a half.
I like Sean Weinberg. He's always been fun in chat.
Had it right towards the very end.
Buddha really likes his ex-wife.
Yeah, I really like his
Oh, the
ex-wife.
overhang's different. That's what it is. The overhang's different.
The overhang is different?
Yeah, so just mesh it to the edge instead of the truss.
You know,
Buddha
Ralph, you're gonna
ex
feel really
machina.
bad when you actually meet his ex-wife.
Oh yeah? Why?
Just saying. All these jokes about her all this time. She's a nice lady, okay?
Whose fault do you think it was, Sean? Goat vs. Fish is not saying it was the goat or the fish. We're just offering a simple question to you. Since you refuse to answer, are you goat or fish? We will attempt to communicate with you through other verses until you are prepared to answer the one true question. Is your ex-wife goat or fish? Is your ex-wife goat or fish, Sean Weinberg? You never asked, did you? You never asked, did you? You thought Goat vs. Fish was
Maybe
a stupid
that's
versus.
why. Never worked out. Never asked. You never asked. You never cared, Sean. You never cared.
Instead, you just whine all the way to the iceberg. You know the one we're versing about. The Titanic fence. The Titanic fence of Sean Weinberg. Oh no! I thought I could evade it. No!
Titanic. That reminds me of Sean Weinberg marriage.
New cinematography, Titanic, a Sean Weinberg versus. It did. It did. Well,
There was enough room on that fucking door, Rose.
we just think they thought like, well, they didn't make enough verses off the first Titanic, so let's just do it again.
Titanic 2.
Yes. It was like, oh, how pitiable they have no moving footage of the Titanic. Oh, let's just make it ourselves. We'll like make a little model boat versus and have it sail around and be like, oh no, I'm a weak fence. Oh no. Rose, are you goat or fish, Rose? Goat fish. Are you goat or fish? And I swear that my fence is. Listen, goat versus fish cannot stop now. We're too. It's goat versus fish. It's too goat versus fish. Ah. Ah.
That's hard. I can't do a B at this angle. I can't do a B at that angle.
Just let Buddha Goat grab my verses. Buddha Goat is playing with goat versus fish.
I can't play at that angle. Not fair for you to ask me that.
Fence excuses, fence excuses.
That's a lot of fences.
It was a celebration. It was a celebration, Buddha Goat. You're too fence on yourself. It was a celebration. Buddha Goat rejects that verses. No. Tsunami bit, goat versus fish. I've been leaving fence. I've been saying I'm goat. I am not goat. I am fish.
Fucking gummy bears out my hair.
Tsunami bit, celebration for fish.
I woke up almost dead.
Tsunami bit, are you coming out as fish? Tsunami bit?
Sleeping in this hoodie, black pants, black car, the sun beating me. And then I got out.
Oh, celebration Tsunami bit. Tsunami bit, we always thought it was a strange versus that you were goat. Tsunami bit, it's totally a fish versus. But you said you were goat. But now after all these verses you're saying that you've been feeling fence and you've been saying you're goat but you're not goat, but Tsunami bit declares fish. Wow, celebration for fish.
We here in the Midwest call that confused. You're a goat. You've always been a goat.
Contaminated the rest of my hair.
You'll always be a goat. I'm just kidding. You can be a fish if you want to. But I'm a goat.
Celebration for goat. You can be fish. But you will have to face the wrath of misled Buddha Goat.
You can be fish if you want to.
You can leave the fence behind. Because your friends don't fence and have their own fence in there.
No goat to vine.
You can sit if you want to. You can have posts up your butt. But if your friends say, hey, goat versus fish, I don't know if it is where or what. And you can ask.
You can
goat or
ask.
Fish.
You can ask.
You can ask. You can ask goat versus fish. But you are incomplete in control. Goat or fish. Goat or fish. It's taking a versely toll. Goat or fish. Goat or fish. Please don't do this to me. I can't choose. I can't choose. I'm just gonna have to be a fancy fence. Where's the safety fence? The safety fence.
I believe we have some safety fence laying around
Safety,
here
it's
somewhere.
the safety fence. We think that's a song about a fence sitter who thinks like, oh, you can be safe from. It's like, oh, they're asking you a question, but who safety fence? Who I don't have to
I
save.
didn't notice which one works better now.
You can goat if you want to. You can leave your fish behind, because your fish don't goat, and if they don't fish, then there are no goat of
It
mine.
is deep. Because if you're on the fence, you have no conviction. It is safety. You know what I mean? You avoid criticism. that way.
Shrimpy most fenciness. It's not just.
It's a defense mechanism.
It is a defense. It is a defensive versus. It is a defense versus. It is defensive in that versus. It is still pleasant to goat versus fish.
Are those new strings on your guitar?
The whole verses is no. So it's the one that came with the verses. But the whole verses is only like two. It's like 3 weeks old. The whole verse.
The whole verse.
We do have stronger strings, but goat versus fish. While we think it would be a mighty versus, this close to WillyTown fans, goat versus fish has to go out there and be the best goat versus fish. We think now is not the time to change verses. Use the verses, but our powerful goat versus fish. So we will go out there with this beautiful verse.
But wouldn't a fresh verses help you achieve
Maximum
your
versage?
maximum verse edge? Yeah.
Well, a fair verse is a fair verse. We would hear this.
Now hear this, GoatVsFish. It's never a bad time for fresh strings.
Never at all.
No, but what if the fence hurts the finger of goat versus fish and we can't play forever and we can only play half of forever? This is a concern for goat versus fish. We want to play a lot of verse.
I guess it's a concern. I get it that it's a concern. But that's why you do it now and you're prepared, or you do it tomorrow and be prepared completely for.
Oh, that is true. We could just do it now. We have a whole verses of preparation.
You have a full verse.
Yeah, if you had more beans, you could. Yeah, kind of is an arrow.
I mean, we could probably put two right here, so this is an arrow.
It's kind of wiggly. I don't know why.
Curious verse.
That's where it's at. Right?
You just can't get a horn.
Look. Here's go. I'm good.
Tsunami Bit says, I have weed of the sea, while Mom says, listen to the wise goat.
Just remember, no matter what you decide, goats can climb up really steep hills.
You mean mountains?
Mountains? Yeah, they're not called hill goats. So they can be vertical like the whole time and just climbing up.
Goat versus fish. No, don't do it, goat versus fish. Don't do it, goat versus fish. Oh no, it's too late.
One of them on each. You want to hear about fish climbing up the mountain, do you?
Here we go, we put the wrong line, Mason. I didn't
Go
realize
fish climbing up the mountain.
Final destination without
I saw that fence.
and then they'd be around the corner.
And I said, are you goat or fish? And the fence said, I'm not a goat or a fish. I'm gonna punch you in the face, goat versus fish.
And a whole day of just blowing out these fans.
They said, I'm gonna punch you in the face, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish said,
probably once a week, easy.
That's crazy.
we do not know what we said, but we were like, we do not wish it, please
I'm
no.
always amazed at how fast my fans get booted. Also, is that
Or we said, you threaten goat versus fish.
Could be,
like the
Threaten goat versus fish.
stick you almost in there?
yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, probably parts like that.
Yeah.
Goat versus fish is here
That's the
now.
one good thing about rain, isn't it?
And you threaten goat versus fish. Just for saying goat versus fish.
Well, I know when the fog machine went nuts the other day.
Oh, dude, that's crazy.
That was critical verses. And there was another verses.
Yeah, dude, because I went to unplug it and it was spraying on my head.
There's another verses where goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, and it was goat versus fish.
That's some of the stuff.
And then
I have you guys always like down on one of my extra monitors. Even if I don't have you like playing in the background, I'm watching. Right. I'll make comments. You know,
And then one
nobody else
started an altercation, and it was like, but it wasn't goat versus fish. It was this other. We think they were probably fence sitters.
Fish damn boys, I'll be
But
back.
whatever, they were goat or fish. One was saying verses. It was like, oh Jesus wants you to do this and not that. It was saying sort of those kinds of verses. And goat versus fish was standing next to them saying goat versus fish. And then there was this altercation between that was unrelated to goat versus fish, except that everything was goat versus fish. And then Goat versus Fish walked by the verse to listen to what they would be to saying. And they said,
Blinded by the verse.
they pointed to Goat versus Fish and they said that was the fault of Goat of that one was the fault of that one. We had to defend ourselves and we had to harm that other one, but it was that one over there. It was that one. It was what that one was saying. And we said, oh, what did we say? Knowing full well that all we had said was Goat versus Fish.
Yeah, the little one.
And it said, it does not matter what you said, you started the verses. So all the ones who were listening to it, it was like Goat versus Fish said a bad verses. And then we were like, what did we say? They would not say the verses that was Goat versus Fish, because we knew that if they said what Goat versus Fish said, that they would have to say Goat versus Fish. So Goat versus Fish turned to them and said, you see, it makes an accusation, but it will not even say what it says that Goat versus Fish said. It will not even make a true accusation. It will not even say what it said. What said Goat versus Fish? They said, just believe this one. False verses. I always thought it was about Fish versus Billy. If you mean Goat versus Fish, then yes. The breed love has a pretty neck. Bonnie Q, enjoy this spider and share it freely. No, is a spider a goat or a fish? No. WillyTown Fest. Go to WillyTown Fest.
Which way? This one needs to come over this way, and this one needs to go over that way just a little bit. Because I want to hang two more of the same one right here. You shining, Mary? You shining? Not everybody shines, Danny.
Tippy twirls, are they discussing China dolls? Refill my waters, bro. You're a fish. Jackson says Goat versus Fish is a fish. Oh, it's getting to be late verses. Goat versus Fish. We might have to think about ending the verses soon. We could have to end the verses. We could end the verses. If you wish the verses to continue, please support Goat versus Fish. It has been a long verses, and there's much WillyTown yet to do. There's much WillyTown yet to do. So take one final verses. Take one final verses at Chancho the Goat.
How long does it take to restring a guitar?
Not that long, but this is old, so I'm being careful with it.
I don't know.
Last Moonman Goat.
Like 10 minutes.
Misled Buddha Goat.
I don't have any watches.
Hello.
Yeah.
It might be the end of the verses.
Might be.
It might be.
Well, thank you for strong verses.
A short truss up front.
Cheers.
Would you feel comfortable?
Celebration.
And in the old Truman fashion,
The big wash.
good morning,
just
good
put two
afternoon,
front middle.
in case I don't see
We'll
it.
find a way to elevate two on the
Enough.
side. So that's four.
That's Buddha Goat.
Nice washes for front line. Yeah, we can do that.
Are you goat or fish? Final verses.
You know it's coming.
I'm thinking about it.
Let's try.
But there will be a celebration.
Are you goat or fish?
Goat.
Celebration for goat! Celebration for goat!
Yet another goat.
How does it feel to be goat?
great.
Feels great to be goat.
Feels gross.
Feels Groot. Celebration for Groot.
Either that
Okay, goat.
Or right here.
Nice versus goat.
Same thing on the other side.
One less fence, one more goat. Celebration.
I'll try that.
I really don't know why she likes that.
These ones, we leave them be. We leave them be, these ones, you see.
She's so like,
They're not prepared for the one true question. They're too focused on this fence.
fucked your mom, got pregnant, yeah, rock on.
This does not seem to stop Buddha Goat, who just screams out into the verses. Bah! Yeah! Ah, fences falling everywhere. Ah! Ah!
Like, pretty soon, Timmy's gonna start getting A's because his parents are divorced. He's able to actually focus on a fucking school. Like, I don't know what else I can say about it. Turn into a doctor because I don't want to be like his dad. Fuck you, Dad! I'm better than you!
He didn't want to be like the old man.
Timmy's got problems.
Timmy does need therapy. Poor bastard.
Head on down to WillyTown. Head on down to WillyTown. We're here all verses. We're here all verses.
Psychiatry tip.
Psychiatry tips with misled Buddha the goat. Psychiatry with misled Buddha.
Pretty much matches.
I don't know if I could be a psychiatrist. You'd really probably have to get me drunk before I'd listen to everybody's shit.
And you don't have a prescription pad, so.
Well, you know, what is it? What is it? Lyle Forever, that fence sitter. It is like, I'm a therapy gecko, but I'm not a therapy gecko. It says in the explicit verses. It's versatile. It's versatile.
It's not my job to know if you're a gecko. Some people want to be a gecko, some people want to be a peacock. Let the verses fly, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Just gotta let that peacock fly.
Beautiful plumage. Beautiful plumage. Beautiful plumage. Oh, it's dead. Oh, it's dead. It has ceased to be. It is no more. No. Fence sitter, it's just fencing about. It's actually perfectly verses. Celebration.
I think yes, I'm John is playing Stacy's mom right now. Got it going on. But did you notice my comment? Wait, this is not WillyTown.
Wait.
Who's the bad?
True. True verses. Goat versus Fish is here doing all of these verses. And where is Yes, I'm John?
Where is Yes, I'm John?
Okay.
Goat versus Fish is versing about like, where is that goat? Goat versus Fish, we need to get into the chat of that goat. And be like, head on down to WillyTown. We would raid Yes, I'm John, but
He won't see it.
It won't yet.
That is the right song.
We're just going to
Liz Vegas live, and she's doing WillyTown.
It is a true versus. No, Goat versus Fish. When we do this phone versus, we just can't send a versus.
What do you mean you can't send a versus?
Goat versus Fish. If we had a computation of Goat versus Fish
Can't
that
you
was
just
logged
type in,
into
like,
Twitch.
/raid and then
Well, you show us how to type in a versus.
Slash Ray. That's how you did it if you're looking at Ray.
The verses may end at any verses now. Goat versus Fish. Be warned. The verses may end at any verses. Buddha has the phone.
You can chat in there?
Goat versus Fish. Go type a verses. Of course we could do the verses, but.
Oh, then yeah, you could write that.
Let me see here. Look, we're sideways, chat. Do you smell skunk?
Yeah, I just said, is that a skunk?
There's a skunk around us.
Go find him, go versus
Oh my
Fish.
god. Yeah, go find the skunk, go versus Fish.
What? There's no such
glad you
verses.
noticed it, 'cause I was
This is one of their little fancy games. They're like, oh, we used to go squanch hunting, and it's like, didn't you hear that from Rick and
That's
Morty?
nematodes.
No, there's some other verses. Pikesies.
Nematodes, dude.
Spiky verses.
You don't smell that though?
Snipes.
Well, we do. It does.
That
It does.
was skunk.
It
That
does
was a
smell
skunk.
fence, but there's no. It's probably just a cat with paint.
No, it is not. And I feel okay. Let me just go ahead and say, I think I'm gonna be honest. I think Pepe Le Pew got the shit into the stick.
You mean as like a professional versus, or as a matter of private versus?
I'm pretty sure these ones are like
Probably both. You know what I mean? I think that he was merely trying to show his love and affection, and you know, how many times can you get rejected and still have a good, sensible attitude about what it is that you're trying to do?
Choncho. Choncho.
It's not even
Just
that.
because a fish broke your
You love it
versus
so
at
much more
14,
than
you
this.
should still go out there and
Yeah.
verse again if you wish.
What did you say?
Like,
You said that you had a versus when you was 14 verses old, and there was one, and it just you have never relationed again.
Oh yeah.
Still waiting for that
Yes,
show.
but we are saying we believe in you if you
She
wish.
broke my heart, dude.
But you can verse again. You can verse again. It's not an easy verses. It's not an easy verses. We do not claim it's an easy verse. But you are a powerful goat, and you can do this verses if you wish. If you wish. If you do not wish, that's a whole other verses that we accept this verses. But if you wish, we believe you can. Fair verses?
Fair.
Fair verses.
I hope she's doing well. She's out there. I hope she's doing all right. I put it behind me.
Great talk, everybody.
For Mark.
Fancy behind. Fancy behind. Okay, final verse. The semi-final verse. Semi-final verse. The almost final verse. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is wherever you are, whether you're near or you're far. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is wherever you are, whether you're near or you're far. Where have you come from? Where shall you go? What have you seen? To whom will you show? How can we learn and how can we grow? Does anyone even know? No. Are you fish? Are you goat? It's goat versus fish at WillyTown Fest. Celebration. Thank you for being part of Goat versus Fish. What's a simple versus?
Usually they are, but I'm pretty sure these are the Chinese ones.
Of course, they got a better way of doing it.
Okay, misled Buddha Goat, here it is.
I don't know really because let's say weight only can.
There's much for Goat versus Fish to learn. Let's hear the honest goat. What do you think about the musications of Goat versus Fish?
As in
Whatever you wish to say about it.
musications?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just happy we got another music hand.
Legos for adults.
I'm just glad. I always enjoy seeing anybody playing instruments and just trying to bring not only a little joy to themselves, but a little joy to the world.
Joy to
So-
the fishes in the deep blue sea.
And
Also
it's
joy to
joy
goats.
to the fishes and the goatees.
And the goatees.
Goatees.
Let's add a bit of goat to your verses.
Yeah. But no, for real, you know what I mean? Just keep on playing. You obviously know a lot of chords. You understand it. It's a matter of putting that to work and getting muscle memory up, and you'll be right there. No time. Start calling you Shrimpy Mo.
Please don't. Well, it looks like that's the end of the verses. Oh, the power of goat versus fish is waning. Oh, but suddenly, radiation of 23. It's still goat versus fish. For now. Monsieur Tiguido, bienvenue. You should come from Canada to WillyTown Fest, Monsieur Tiguido. Get out of the QC and come to Glow Stick Willy. Monsieur Tiguido. Monsieur Tiguido. Poisson avec chèvre contre poisson at WillyTown Fest. Solil caribou. Poisson. Poisson. Je suis poisson. Celebration. Monsieur Tiguido, how would you say celebration? How would you say celebration? It could just be like celebration. But we want to know how to say celebration in your verses. Glad I found y'all's absolute late night crazy night, Monsieur Tiguido. Je suis poisson. Welcome to the family. Lid crew exactly the same. Celebration? It's not like celebration. Celebration pour poisson. What we could just say celebration. We could simply say celebration. And it would be a fine verse. Thank you for the radiation. Thank you for being here with Goat versus Fish. Exclamation point WillyTown. Exclamation WillyTown in chat. Celebration. So yes, comes to WillyTown Fest. Please follow Goat versus Fish on all social media. Send us bits or subscription, and follow Goat versus Fish everywhere. Goat versus Fish, and exclamation point tip if you wish to tip Goat versus Fish. Thank you for the radiation, but it's been a long versus.
What do you think, fish?
Fish?
Says, what do you think, fish?
What do you think, fish?
One by one.
The front one? That would be better. These clamps actually fit perfect on that single bar. Pretty lot.
They got the right angle. Which side do you like the?
The other ones I have the numbers face out.
The numbers face out?
The numbers face out.
Okay. So plug's on the left.
Right on top of my head.
Spread that needle.
Like that dude from Little Nicky.
Before we start hanging them, yeah, let's go count them.
Need one of those wide guys.
How many are you gonna put up here? 2 or 4?
The wide ones, what'd you say?
How many are you gonna put here? 2 or 4?
I got an Allen. I got an Allen.
You put 4, you could do 2 here and 2 here.
Well, we have 8 or 2. I was
I had like 2 eggs and fucking like a potato.
Epic verse. Look at this verse. How epic is goat versus fish?
Because we still want to be able to mount.
How epic is goat versus fish? This is such an amazing verses.
Or even 3, like 5, because they're potentially 3 of them.
3 of them right with crack of the right.
Yeah. Are you hanging the WillyTown? That'd be what I did last year.
We lost the fucking W. Yeah. I don't know where the fuck it went.
So it's WillyTown?
Yeah, it's WillyTown now.
Get on down to WillyTown.
I don't know what the fuck. I mean, I guess we could have left it either.
Oh, fuck you, lose
I
it.
might be able to make another one, but I don't have.
They lost a double verses.
I don't have anything around the ground.
Lost a double verses.
Yeah, I'll put at least 3 of them.
Those lights look cool.
No, you could make a W verses.
Make sure we have enough for the actual front lights.
You could make a double V.
Yeah,
Reversible.
but they don't have it plexiglass in it.
But just whatever. Just make like whatever. It's like, oh, we just threw the verses together. WillyTown.
Do like a T2 thing.
Like just don't even try to.
Yeah, but we still hung them upside down.
Exactly like all the other
You can just make it whatever verse. Be a beautiful verses.
Who took our W?
Yeah, no shit.
Butch.
Well, we have a clamp on this one.
W. Fucking tweaker.
Clamp on this one. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So Adam, not only did they get our coolers, they got our fucking W. What a fence setter.
Listen. Well, that's it. You heard it. You heard it. WillyTown Fest cancellation. No W at WillyTown Fest. It's cancellation. Sorry, GoatVsFish.
No cancellation, modification, WillyTown.
Illytown. It's Illytown
Remember that when you're
Fest.
singing it.
I'm not sure. if
Wow,
we'll be
wow,
able to mount
wow. Illytown Fest during the fence-demic and everything. Illytown Fest. Don't you think that's a bit on the fence?
Yeah, but we might
Nope,
need to-
cutting edge.
Cutting edge of the fence. Cutting edge of the fence. Slice the fence. Slices. It dices. Look at that. Look at that spiccato. Okay, so this is the real final verses. Look at goat. We warned the fence sitter. The fence is too high. It's too high, fence sitter. No, don't do it. But we think we can't stop it now. It wants to sit very high on the fence. Wow.
Big wet Ow, that hurt.
Fence sitter!
That hurt.
Fence sitter! How dare you're distracting GoatVsFish, fence sitter! Fence, you did this to GoatVsFish. It was you. You did this to GoatVsFish. Oh.
Yeah. Right in the steel.
No, it was the side verse.
Oh, that's a little bit better, but barely. I broke a.
Go, no! Ah.
Broke a toe.
It's okay, goat. It's okay, goat. Ah. Do not despair. GoatVsFish is a professional GoatVsFish. There's the fence sitter. There's the fence sitter. As you can see, the glorious crown of Goat vs. Fish protects us from any falling fence. It's totally convenience. Okay, bye chat. Thanks for being part of Goat vs. Fish. Head on down to WillyTown. We'll see you next versus.
Williamsburg.
We'll see you next versus. Head on down to WillyTown. And follow Glowstick Willy. And follow Goat vs. Fish. And ask yourself, are you goat or are you fish? Go raid someone, anyone. Just do it yourself. You don't need /raid. You can just go to someone and the first thing you say in their chat, Goat vs. Fish. Raid them all at all verses. Just say Goat vs. Fish. Wherever you go next, the first verses you say is Goat vs. Fish. That's a Goat vs. Fish style radiation. Radiation everywhere, suddenly everywhere. The next place you go, you just say Goat vs. Fish. That's the whole verses. Drujon, is that not a powerful versus? That's actually a very powerful versus. We think Goat versus Fish. And it's also very Goat versus Fish to do a versus like this. Celebration. Drujon will spread the true verses of Goat versus Fish. Yes. 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 Drujon says, I will spread the verses. I will spread the true verses of Goat vs. Fish. Tweety42 says, I will spread the true verses of Goat vs. Fish. Fulioso says, I will spread the true verses of Goat vs. Fish. Yax Chillin says, I will spread the true verses of Goat vs. Fish. And Monsieur Antuguido says, I will spread the true verses of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. And it was written, and it was written.